Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. It's 4/22, 2026. How y'all doing today? We're going to look at a couple things. I saw that Doug Wilson popped on Piers Morgan. We're going to look at some of that. A little bit of that. So that's cool. How do I... What the heck? Why is my... Hello? The hell? Yeah, here we go. So today we're also going to look at Stephen Meyer jumped on talking about materialism, which I would love to cover because that's always leaking into philosophies and worldviews, and why DNA, at least they cover DNA, which is a topic that I'll probably bring up on my next round. Peterson wants another rematch. So we're going to do that. And first, we're going to do Scud, though. Next Thursday, the 30th, right here on this channel, the first premiere of Savage Carnage Unlimited Debates. Yesterday, I guess you got a taste of the vibe yesterday because Tony went on Rob Noor, and that was hilarious. That definitely added a different flavor to his channel. And, it was good because it created some contention in the chat and stuff. And they play off each other pretty well. It's pretty funny. Rob's like the very, take the most reasonable approach to politics. Let's lay out the facts. Let's figure it out. And Tony is like full noetic. And it's funny because the balance is if they were to cover basic politics, which I think they really should just do a segment over at Rob's channel. Rob should just be we're going to do a wild politics section instead of getting a seasoned political commentator inside the political dialectic. You just get Tony and he's just he just lays it out. It was funny. It's funny watching Rob try to navigate through the very explicit accusations against the bagels.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
It's funny. I got 5 on my Noig. Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, yeah, Jay, speaking of getting all sorts of hell from people for just his post where he used the soft N, which is just a part of the rhetoric of what's going on in that little spat, I guess you'd call it a spat. People are it's just crazy how quickly they turn into the Pharisees. Everyone's pointing. You. Your sleeves are too long, dude. You need to cut them out. I don't want sleeves at all. I'm going to start wearing really nice collared shirts with no sleeves, I think. How are the Jortlandian Whig-Xantium geopolitical relations? They're pretty good. The rap battle was funny, yeah. I was like, hey, Tony, how many things rhyme with I'm going to end you? He must have threatened Rob's life every third stanza. Not even a stanza. Every fourth lyric from Tony was a threat to Rob's life. So Wilson did terrible. Now Heschmeyer, I did review some of that left-handed assassin. Heschmeyer had, because of his position, he didn't have access. But if he was orthodox, he would have completely dismembered him. But yeah, he did better. Wilson didn't do well. Doug Wilson didn't do well there. How are the Jordan? Oh, got that already. Thank you so much. Facts, sleeves are whack, dog. You should just be wearing a collar. Seriously, those shields? It should just be a drop, a sloping shield that covers my chest like a chest plate. I'm going to come out with chest plate tees. Will you guys buy some? The Jortlandian chest plate? I think you should do it. Hi, Vagine. Stay out of our country.
Quick evil question. What is the best reply to the claim of androgynous retroviruses? I feel like that's where they are running to now.
Yeah, that's all I have. The reality is there's a couple things there. When they bring up the ERV, they go to the placement, and they go to the similarity of placement between two similar things. But if things are similar already, why would it be a surprise that there are further similar things that happen inside similar things' bodies? They have to say, no, it inserted itself exactly in that spot, just like a human has that spot. And the only it could have done in 10 million other ways. Therefore, it must be transferred through some sort of lineage. So they're begging the question there for probability and randomness, as if there's only two alternatives. Oh, the fully randomness. How could it possibly be in the same spot? I don't know. Functionally, eyes are in the same spot. Functionally, there's a ton of things that are in the same spot. It doesn't follow that we got it from another animal simply because it's in the same spot or serves a similar function. Further questioning their ERV position is that if you go back in time, then you have to say the chimp got it from something else that has it in the same spot. And then that has it in the same spot. But there needs to be an original spot. There has to be an original time and place where this thing goes into this spot, according to them. And it can't be, at some point, it can't be from the sperm cell of a previous thing. It has to actually have an origin. Now, the question is, maybe the body produces the phenomenon. They still don't even know that. They don't even know. They think in their head that it must be an invader. It came in from an external body. It came into the body and then did something. And you're like, well, no, I mean, you still don't even know because you can't observe it happening. You don't even know if it's produced, if these effects happen internally, and they're all similar to a lot of other things. After all, the body is very similar to other bodies. So anyway, that would be my pushback on that, because they have no methodology for affirming their position. They just assume it. Can't wait for Scud. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be super fun. I didn't watch that. I follow Bible Illustrated for some things, but I didn't see any. I didn't see anything yet. Nothing came up there. Oh, yeah, there was a dude in the chat freaking out. He said he debunked the duties argument that Andrew makes. And then we questioned him, and then he ran. He basically said, we have no duties. So I said, do you have any duty to be here to tell us? And then he was like, bye. The Rocks was fucking talk. That's funny. Michael Levin's work? Ugh.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Did I see him on Tucky? Yeah, I did, but the problem, Zero Smoke, the last time, yesterday, I reviewed Tucky. Tucky took me down. So if I review Tucky, I have to do it in maybe short bursts, unfortunately, which just sucks because it's fun, rich content to cover Tucky and all that stuff. It's real fun for me. But Tucky or YouTube, it's probably YouTube, not Tucky. Tucky and YouTube are trying to, wipe me out here. My uncle was a fish and my second cousin was a pine tree. For real. You went to the barbecue? He needs 6 figures. Oh, yeah, dude. Dude, there's an entire channel dedicated to the cringe materialism of Ruslan called Origami Ruslan. It's so good. It's so good. Honestly, Jay, because I've done it twice already, Jay Dyer should do an entire stream and cover all of the Origami Ruslan videos. Like, you'll have a blast. Leon back in the chat says, Jim Bob doesn't know the first thing about ERVs. What did I say that was wrong? What did I say that was wrong? Notice how look, you tried to get on and debate me yesterday, and it was so sad. It was so sad and pathetic how quickly you ended your entire position. And notice how you don't point anything out that I've said that was wrong. ERVs, the argument is where they're inserted, similar to another animal, it must follow. I know the argument. It must follow that we got it from the other animal. That's the claim. Now, notice how you can't tell me how I'm wrong, right? Leon, you suck. Shut up, Leon. That's the next gold title. Shut up, Leon. Just keep quiet, dude. Have a duty. Yes, you have a duty to pay your taxes. Hey, Jim Bob, want to get annoyed today? God Logic and Muhammad Hijab debated. Arrogance starts. Maybe I'll check that out. Muslims are insufferable, though. They really are. It's hard. It's hard. Also, you lost the debate. I lost that debate. What debate? I could barely get you to talk, dude. Do you think you had a debate with me? I could barely get you to even affirm the law of identity existed. I couldn't even get you to say full sentences. You're like a dude. Did you? Honest question, Leon. Did you do a lot of psychedelics and stuff against your brain? Pangea? I think that's silly. Like floating puzzle pieces that all match together and they drifted apart. What drifted apart? If you go down, like, are things floating or are things attached to the ocean floor? Like, you know, or how did they split so, you know, if that was the case, how do they split so perfectly? What's going on? It seems very childlike. Yeah, it was not even close. It wasn't even a conversation. I couldn't even have a conversation with you, let alone a debate. I don't know why you thought that was a debate. That was like me doing, like, you know, physical therapy, neurological therapy. That's what I felt like. I felt like someone put me in one of those, like, rooms and someone's recovering from a brain injury. And, like, I'm the therapist and I'm like, can you point to the triangle? Good, Leon, good. Is a triangle the same identity as a circle? Oh, Leon. Oh, okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there. That's why I left. It was so bad, I had to leave. I felt bad. I felt like I was like exploiting an actual person with an injury. You know what I'm saying? Could do better with like a run-of-the-mill Down syndrome person, honestly. Pay unto Jortlandia what his Jortlandia is. It's not a duty, though. Jesus was just funning around with his thought, yeah. There's no duty to multiply or teach your children. No duty to keep a marriage together. No duty to baptism in the name of the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit. No duty to hold steadfast to the traditions. Nope. None. I'm sorry that guy ran. I wish he didn't. I was getting pumped. Not sure if I'm chilling while pretending to work or working while pretending to chill, but who cares? Thank you. Anyways, I'm not going to go back into the stream and find what you said about Evar. So you don't even know what I said? So you're saying I'm wrong, but you can't remember? See what I'm saying? You're a junkie. You're wrong about ERVs. Oh, yeah? Tell me what I said that was wrong. I'm not going to go back and actually tell you how you're wrong. I can't remember 1 minute ago. Dude. Roof maxing. Roof maxing! Oh, how am I wrong? I don't know. I don't remember what you said. What do you expect from me? I mean, literally can only think about the last minute of my life at a time. You know those horror movie scenes where a woman is running and throwing stuff behind her to feebly slow down the villain? That's what Evo arguments feel like. Just throw. Yeah, that's it. That's a really good image of it, actually. They're like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It happened. Somehow. Did you guys notice that with Peterson? He said somehow a fair amount of times. Well, somehow he did the same thing to you in Rob's stream. Yeah. At least Game Caller will hang out a little bit longer. Like he'll try to remember what he said. Leon's toast, dude. His brain is actually toast. Like it's actually wrong to engage with him like and talk to him directly. You have to just like help him. You know what I mean? If he says something false, you put a bib on him. If he comes at you and attacks you, you turn his chair toward the window where the birds are. He starts screaming and yelling, you change his diaper. Here's the gist. ERVs have never been shown experimentally, therefore false. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say therefore false. That's what makes you not a good listener, not a good debater, not a good person. It's the affirmative. I didn't say therefore false. I said it's your affirmative that these things happen this way. And I said you have no way of verifying that because you don't know when these things get inserted or the origin of their insertion. And what I said, Leon, if you were listening, little brain dead boy, is if you go back far enough, there has to be the initial placement of this thing if it were to be passed down to other generations and different categories of animals. But you can't because that's endless regress. That is to say, if the only answer to why something exists inside the specific location of the genes, you might as well just say it's eternally there. Well, you know what they say, working hard or working with a hard on? Gross. Giovanni. Thanks for the 5. I guess you earned saying it. Planning to go to my first Orthodox church Sunday. Any advice? No, just take it all in. Chris, take it all in. Just observe and immerse yourself in it. That's all. Real quick, check your Discord DMs. Tell me what you think. Hold on. Jimba, by your logic, Jews don't worship God? No. Jews, the Old Testament God, the old current ones, yeah. Though the Jews today are not the Jews of the Old Testament up to 70 AD. We're talking about different things here. So, Old Testament, the triune God, you can't have theophanies without the triune Godhead. You can't have revelation without the second person. And so, no, that wouldn't be the position. The Old Testament God is the triune God. The continuation of worship through the revelation and life, resurrection, and defeating death of Jesus Christ is a continuation of the same exact thing. It's a fulfillment. It's an ongoing. It's a chronological unfolding. It's the only true story that's ever been told. And but that's why the equivocation of Jews, the complete, utter, deliberate ambiguity of the use of the term Jews is what has everyone so confused now. And the other differences between pre-Christ and resurrection and post is that it's revealed. So when we look at like Muslims and the argument of like, do they worship the same God according to Vatican II? Is that true? They don't, because the revelation of Christ happened way before Muslims made up their post hoc nonsensical religion to get into Persia. You know? They reject what was revealed. It's a higher resolution revelation of the same God, and they reject. They reject them. So do Unitarians. Also, why does Jim Bob assume everyone he talks to is a bad person? No, that's just rhetoric. Generally, if someone's ongoingly deceptive, lying, dishonest, I call them a bad person rhetorically. Now, you could be helped, Leon, maybe. Maybe. It's an implication. You don't know what an implication of a worldview is. You don't even, dude, you couldn't even tell me that the law of identity exists before humans do. You couldn't even tell me what the law, like holding to the law of identity is. Unbelievable, man. You remember, chat? Hold on. Dustin says, non-human primates have ERVs. We don't have also, yeah. But somehow that's not evidence against common descent, cherry picking. Yeah, ERVs. It brings into question what the nature and function of any of this is. By the way, Dustin, there's also non-primates themselves that have ERVs in certain spots. You know, oh, no, Daddy was a gorilla. Yeah, what about the ones that didn't go through then? I mean, well, those don't count. That's different. That's a different thing. Are you going to debate Danny? Danny on what? Oh, Danny challenged me, I think, on the topic, do Muslims worship the same God? I mean, maybe. Tougher atheist? Not really. He's good at moving to language, but he's not good faith. I had a really horrific interaction with him, Bjorn, in my chat, where I simply asked him in the context of that debate of the Catholics' view of Muslims worshiping the same God. I simply asked him a question, a methodological question. He refused to answer it. So if that's how he debates, he won't do any answering questions. And there's nothing worse than having a debate where the person won't actually engage with your questions. And he never did. The whole chat was here to see it. He never engaged with the question. And I remember the question. I use the doctor in place of God. Doctor is a what? God, from our view, is a what? The nature of something, what something is. And I simply asked him, if two people say they go to the best same doctor in New York, how do you determine if they're talking about the same doctor? And he just wouldn't answer. No, I'm not going to be at debate comment. I'm going to be in a intensive iconography class. Thank you so much, B. Sirach, with the 5 members. Welcome, new members. All right. Speaking of DNA and all sorts of stuff, now that we have at least a couple of Evo Spurgs who think they're apes, he couldn't even restate my question. Yeah, he couldn't even restate. How am I going to debate someone who can't restate a question? Why would I waste my time with that? Like, the chat is a test for that. You can test someone if you just ask them a question and they can give you the question back and answer the question. Question. Am I dumb and lazy, or is it kind of difficult to do research about legitimate Orthodox churches near me? I really hate that I'm not yet grafted into the body, but I don't want to my patients. You could go to my Discord and get help with that, or you could go to Jay's Discord, or a variety of people, even in my chat right now, could reach out to you. I don't want to dox you, but you can contact people in my Discord. Maybe just get in my Discord and sort of generally ask, and people will zero in where you are, and they can help you with that. All right, let's get into this. Now, I generally disagree with the approach because Stephen Meyer ultimately is a classical foundationalist. So he's going to be constantly arguing inside of the atheist materialist paradigm and sort of granting a general philosophical view of interpreting biology to begin with. I disagree. I don't think you should grant that, but you know, that's what makes him him and me me. Game Caller says, well, I appreciate the compliment, Game Caller. One day you'll realize the same method I use against evolution will ultimately go against a heterodox view. Which really is, when it comes down to it, it's about nominalism. It's about autonomous epistemology. It's about interpretation. Now, it's a little bit strange that you see the value of my attack on evolution, given that a lot of it is against how they interpret reality, how they interpret all of these things. And you're not transferring it. But thank you. I appreciate it. Really appreciate it. All right. Here we go. The soft guy in the mustache.
I watch too much materialistic content is my problem, so I'm always getting the other side. One response that I'll hear often is the idea that it's just biology and the information is being imposed by the human.
Is the genetic code really a code?
It certainly is a code. You can read it as a code, but even transcribe a book into DNA letters. And
certainly it's a code. Certainly it's a code. It's an accidental code. It's an incidental code that's like highly precise in what it's coding for and all of its functions, which ultimately have no direction or real purpose or meaning. No, it's certainly a code. Accidental codes exist all over the place.
And you could read it out again. You could preserve it in DNA. That's how code-like it is. It really is completely code-like code. A digital code is merely quaternary rather than binary. And of course, it's not put together by design.
So, Dave, do you agree?
Of course, it's not put together.
Agree that DNA contains highly specific information
of a living.
Jim Bob knows nothing about DNA. Dude, you don't have any arguments, though. That's the thing. I don't need to study high-resolution understanding of DNA to debunk evolution, because for evolution to be talked about, you need to have DNA inside existing populations. So you don't have any arguments against me, Leon. Yeah, I would mop the floor. Would you like to debate actually evolution? I don't care. I'll slam someone who was already wearing a helmet on.
Living organism, yeah. Not
design.
In general. Right? It can be, you can have a DNA strand of any random nucleobases, but the DNA of a living organism has the code for that organism, yeah.
Okay, so DNA is not just like a chemical blob. It stores instructions using symbolic sequences.
Instructions is the key part. An evolution proponent like douchebag Dave here can't actually use the term instructions. That would mean direction. And this entire, the conversation I had with Dave, and he refused to actually have a one-on-one debate in a formal setting. Instead, he takes his 3-verse-1 scenario, and then he says, I already debated Jim Bob. That's what he says. Instructions are directional. No way around it, guys. None of you who are Evo proponents can tell me how it's possible to have instructions that don't reference the future unfolding of something.
No, it's not a symbol.
Jim Bob, I'll show you what happens when you talk to someone who knows what they're talking about. Dude, you're so burned out. We can see how your brain operates just by reading your sentences. Like we transport into your brain. It's like a moldy hot tub. Your brain is like an old gross hot tub after spring break. like a stagnant hot tub.
Symbolic sequence. It's a sequence of nucleobases, right? You just have ACTG in some order. That doesn't make it a blob, right? So let's save some time. You're going to do a whole like specified information William Dembski thing, right?
Computer code, books, blueprints, software.
Yeah, those are all things that humans created. Humans can create things. That doesn't mean that DNA was made by intelligence.
I could read you like a comic book. You have no arguments, though. I'm glad you can read.
Humans have minds?
Derek,
do humans have minds?
Let's get a finger on the...
They don't have minds, according to Dave. They don't have minds. Metaphysics.
On the mute and disconnect button here. This guy...
Oh, gosh.
Well, let's put the mute...
What, this guy? Oh, look at his face, you guys. Look at that face. Mike asks him, do humans have minds? He's done.
Guy's getting real testy.
One of the irritating arguments that I get like every day is this stupid notion that, you know, that coded information always comes from a mind and therefore...
Wow. What can I say? W's in the chat. Send in your tips. I'm a freeze frame fanatic. Information itself. What, dude, this guy. Wow. Information itself is conceptual. Concepts are depend on a mind. They need to be. There's no concept or information found itself. Now, this is where I might go away from some of these people in this conversation, because I think they try to materialize information, which is a mistake if they do that. If Stephen Meyer and Daily Dose of Wisdom here, I forgot his name, if they make an argument and they try to materialize information, it's a misstep.
DNA is proof of God because DNA is assumed to be a code. And but while we could argue that there is an analogous interpretation of that, if we were to say that because of this analog in our understanding that we say that changes in the construct will produce different proteins or whatever, and therefore that it codes for different proteins. If we use that kind of language and call it a code in that capacity, then DNA would be the exception to the rule. Because
did he staple his eyebrow up to his head? Like, how do you do that, man? How do you do that? How does he look somehow Japanese though, too? Like he looks like a boomer went to Japan and somehow was affected by the physiognomy. He's still like a white boomer. He still has like a fanny pack and he's still touring. He's still a tourist, but he just like starts to like turn into instructions imply a precompiled and a structured plan. Yeah, there's a plan and there's an unfolding. And in relations too, mereology, how things work together is still has to have you have to make sense of things that are relational. The implication of precompiled implies a mind to organize a structure, not randomness. Yeah, and by the way, it's not like it gets you to God anyway. So that's why you don't have to take the bait when these people say that. Oh, you think that just means God then? Well, no, it does mean mind. We don't have to go to God yet. We can discuss that. But let's start with a little bridge. Let's cross the brook, shall we? Let's just jump the brook here. Information assumes a mind, right? Oh, not the same. He is Japanese. His name is Alan La. Alan La. Jim Bob was so afraid to answer that question, he kicked me. What question? I bet you don't even remember a question you asked. What question? What question? You'll wipe the floor about DNA? Dude, the debate isn't about what DNA is. The debate is the assumptions and the claims about evolution. us discussing what DNA does is irrelevant, actually, because you need bodies for DNA. You need populations. So stop pretending that when I debate evolution, I'm debating how much each person knows about DNA. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Is it?
You don't even know what you're arguing against, Leon. Look, I'll ask you a simple question. I'll grant you all your knowledge about DNA. Can you tell me how random mutation produces a vestibular system? No, I'm sorry. Oh, you just don't know about DNA. Okay, I don't. Apparently, you don't know how random mutation can build things, actually build things that are useful, that do things accidentally. Instruct is prior to construct, which requires a mind. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Gooberang. I like that way of putting it.
It obviously does not come from a mind, and there's no way that
it's obvious, guys,
could do that.
For the person who sort of thinks it's just biology doing biology, and we're the ones.
Yeah, this objection in a number of ways is that, well, the idea of information is just a metaphor, or we're imputing the presence of information and we're anthropomorphizing.
Why does DNA need a designer? No, DNA, if information exists, it requires a mind. Now, DNA, if it instructs how things happen, if there are DNA markers of when and how an arm grows, where, how, and when. This is where, how, and when. If it were random, there would be no regularity or universality to where, how, and when. This is another defeater to evolution because their mechanisms wouldn't have no reason to produce universal regularity of placement. There's no reason. They don't have a reason.
Jim Bob. Half Black sending Bob chats because
Thank
not
you.
one goal met. DNA is a blueprint. Blueprint implies intention. Defects in DNA imply failure to meet intention.
Failure.
But a one-armed baby is not defective because it obeyed its DNA. DNA never fails. There are no mutations or defects or failures.
There are none. Absolutely.
If the one-armed baby comes from two-armed parents and has a two-armed child, nothing failed in this scenario.
Yes, aka nominalism. If each iteration of every event, biologically speaking, is itself uniquely its own thing, it's not in a category of universals. It's just its own thing. How could it be wrong in a what? At best, it could be atypical, but it can't be incorrect. You can't take your kid to the doctor and say, "Fix this, fix this ailment, sir." And he goes, "No, it's not an ailment." Is it incorrect? Is it working properly? That's why just skipping to Professor Dave, right, in that conversation I had, I might as well just skip to defeating his whole entire worldview, which is to say, if there's nothing incorrect or correct about how biology works, and your brain relies on the biology itself, you can't say there's a correct way of thinking. And that's the ultimate philosophical defeater to evolution. Absolutely. There's no way around it, because if there's no correct way of thinking, there's no correct way of reasoning. And if there's no correct way of reasoning, then your reasoning for how evolution is the case is totally undermined. They don't understand it because they don't do any of this work. They just go, "No, it happened. I'm a fish." Leon says, I'll answer Jim Bob's question. A mutation in DNA sequence changes the proteins made by the ribosome, therefore making proteins with different shapes. That doesn't tell me how it builds a vestibular system. You're telling me descriptively that these things change. That doesn't tell me how something builds. By the way, how could you build something with something ever changing? Can you imagine taking home a crappy IKEA desk and the instructions keep changing while you're building it? Does that make any sense to you, Leon? You big duh head? Would you poop your pants and call it a thought? Would you misplace your brain? Oh, no, the instructions always change, and the changing of the instructions and the nature of what it is actually builds a vestibular system, which is the most complex biological gyroscope ever.
But actually, there's a very specific mathematical definition of the kind of information that's present inside living systems. It's Shannon information plus specificity required for function. And so when you break down what's actually going on, what's going on meets the definition of specified information, or as Leslie Orgel, one of the early
ultimate philosophical defeater. Yeah. See? No, it's not discovered by me. It was actually eloquently placed many times in human history, Leon. It's not my argument. Plantinga did it quite well. He just didn't get specific. He just kind of generalized it and defeated it. But once you get specific and grant evolution's assumptions, it gets even worse. If Alvin Plantinga was alive today and was able to examine further what people are claiming is happening, it would be even more devastating. Except they can't even say atypical. They can't say that either. There is no amount of sense data or induction that leads to epistemic certitude. To have a type is to have a universal, which is impossible without certitude. Yeah, and they deny universals anyway. There's no way something is. There's no ultimate objective way to determine something's a human. It's probably why they're so good at aborting their babies. You know, it's a near, not too distant entailment of their view. You know? Jim Bob embarrassed himself in the debate. You didn't debate me, dude. I was just trying to get you to make sounds, right? To sound out things. You notice how when I asked you, Leon, how does random mutation build a vestibular system? You said random mutation changes proteins. Okay, cool. How does changing proteins build a vestibular system? We're going to just do this all day, Leon.
Or pioneers in origin of life research termed it specified complexity. People a lot of times will say, well, specified complexity, that's an intelligent design.
Leon is just challenging the idea that DNA needs a mind. No, we're talking about information. The first question, Christ follower, if that's what you are, starting to question that. The first question is, does DNA transfer information? Does it utilize something called information to begin with? That's the first question. If DNA is simply materialistic and just simply reduced to structures, then it's nominal. Then you can't even talk about it in a meaningful way, because DNA would be every instance of what you call DNA structurally in what it's doing is like what the last guy just said. You can't determine if it's typical or atypical. It's just nominal. It's just a thing unfolding. To say it has any meaning in regards to evolution is to say it instructs. There's an instruction packet. That is to say, there's something that's not identical to the structure of DNA that's able to act on a body to make stuff happen. Like, you guys remember the terrible arguments from tacos? Stuff comes from stuff. It's very similar to that, and it's similar in this way. He says everything that exists comes from previous stuff. I asked him, does the behavior of stuff exist? And this is a key part of evolution. They're looking at stuff, but the stuff itself can't justify the behavior of the stuff. That's why they get stuck when you say, okay, here's the stuff, here's DNA, here's RNA, here's proteins, here's all the stuff, things going on, right? How does that, as an event, produce a vestibular system? That's an event. So the material itself, you can't find the event or the behaviors in the material itself.
Terminology that they invented. No, it came out of origin of life research. Orgel was contrasting crystals that have...
Yes, DNA does have information in it, but the information is only our interpretation. That's a contradiction. DNA has information, but it's only our interpretation. That's a contradiction, dude. No, DNA does have information in it, embedded in it, but it's just our interpretation. What? Yes and no? Is that a yes and a no? That's a contradiction.
Repetitive and highly ordered.
Information has no objective purpose. It's only because we have interpretive minds that we can call it information at all. Well, there goes all of your knowledge for everything. That makes you a nominalist ultimately. Whose interpretation? So you're saying there's nothing that that through our minds about reality that can be discerned from reality. It's all just generated from the mind. So it's illusory. Change your name, bro. Change your name.
Ordered pattern. And
the question is, does information exist? And you say, yeah, it's totally made up. Okay.
AC.
Then you have no aboutness in the world. There's no aboutness that you can ground. It's all just made up. Everything. We are losing the abortion. Thank you so much. Abortion battle. Yeah, we are losing it. We are losing that. That's why culture matters. That's why theology matters. I'd even say, I'll say it. Looking at generalities of ethnicities, even the violence committed by certain group of people who take up a very fairly small percent of our population, even the pew-pews, if you remove the pew-pews and violent crime against each other, just the deleting of the babies, they dwarf other groups. Just that.
Avotards. When you look up the difference between incomprehensible and randomness, it says, randomness is about what is, while incomprehensible is about what is perceived. But, in order to assess that something is random, don't you have to interpret and perceive what is random? Therefore, comparing it to what is and isn't comprehensive, therefore making randomness simply an incomprehensible mechanism from the perspective of a human. Randomness does not exist.
That's right.
Giovanni.
Thank you, Giovanni. Yeah, that's a key one because they say random and you have to press them. I didn't do that on for Planet Peterson, but I would if there was more time. There is no randomness they have access to. That's it. And if you were to say, well, we don't have full access to the mind in all of its parts and its interactions, therefore it's random, then you have to say all of your conclusions are random. Now, it's not a true dialectic. It's either random or fully determined. That's what's fun about this debate, is that if you appeal to randomness has no standard or criterion ultimately. It's just the absence of all variables. Just generally call it random. To the extent that you can't predict, that's called random. That's ostensibly random. It's colloquially random. It's not actually random. And then the alternative, if you go in the opposite direction, is fully deterministic, mechanistic, which we also reject. So, so if we didn't interpret the information in DNA, it wouldn't have information in it. Yeah, it wouldn't have. Yeah, basically that's what the other dude had to say, right? That's silly.
ELNACL redundancy, where you get the same pattern over and over again, with random polymers that perform no function. They've just a series of, say, amino acids that can do nothing. With polymers, biomacromolecules that have the property.
See what I'm saying? The atheist never learns. We are literally on a random planet. How'd you determine that? Hey, atheists. You just made a claim. Can you tell me your methodology for determining that we're on a random planet? Can you tell us? No, you're just going to move on. aren't you? You're just going to move on.
Of specificity of arrangement in order to produce a function, and that's what we call specified complexity. And in our uniform and repeated experience, which is what's present in DNA, what's present in proteins, and in our uniform and repeated experience, which is the basis of all scientific reasoning, whenever you see specified complexity or specified information would be another way to refer to it, it's always the product of a mind. And so there's a very precise definition of from the information sciences of the type of phenomenon that's present in DNA and in RNA, in proteins, and that phenomenon can be called a specified complex sequence. And when we have specified complexity present in any system where we've known the origin, it's always been the product of intelligence. So this is not something that's being imputed. This is something that's present in the molecule. And when the whole of molecular biology is built on teleological language, unavoidable teleological language, we have code, we have.
This is key. This is key. This is close to pre-supping somebody. You know, I hope Stephen Meyer increases this aspect of his debate development here, because just getting into the granularity of biology and stuff, that's all good, right? You know, I hope to improve on that side. But this teleological, there's no way to talk about evolution without instructions and directionality. Directionality toward survival, directionality toward, you have to have a direction toward the vestibular system being created randomly. But randomly means there's no direction. So there really is no direction toward building anything workable. It's just incidental, including your own brain.
Text, we have code, we have translation, we have transcription, we have information processing systems. This is the way molecular biologists.
DNA is the processor and the program combined. It's self-assembling. Calling it a program is post hoc. So you're saying it's not a processor and a program. Because we see the result? No, it's because we inductively match it to other things we call systems that have direction. You think we unjustifiably look at DNA and the body? You think it's totally ad hoc? By that logic, Christ follower always, everything's post hoc label. Everything. What's not? You're not saying anything. Everything would be post hoc label. That's like saying, oh, just calling it a tree in a category of trees is post hoc label. I mean, it's not, it's not real. See, this is nominalism. Why do you have the name Christ follower anyways? Are you a troll? Are you a liar? Are you a deceiver? Your mother's a mata! Although, JB, I admit that my counter randomness argument might undermine free will, but free will is likely more complex than an idea of randomness. Well, that's the thing. It's not an either or. It's not deterministic, fully deterministic without any free will or acting, a type of will that we can act on. Even animals have a type of will they can act on. The question of, it's either deterministic or completely nihilistic and there's no sense of it being made. No, there's an in-between. There's a unity and multiplicity. There's a justification for the conceptual, right? That gives us the ability to interpret and categorize the external world in a meaningful way. It's intelligible. The conceptual, the material, and the mind have a unity that can't be justified by each of those things, either of those things. The mind itself isn't what makes the world, external world, intelligible. The intelligible world itself, being intelligible, doesn't make the mind capable of discerning it.
The mapping between nucleotides and amino acids is not based on any of their physical or chemical properties. There is no physical or chemical reason the codon TTG should encode for the amino acid leucine. This arbitrary mapping is highly indicative of it being a code created by a mind. For example, in software, there is no reason why a sequence of zeros and ones should map to the word hello. That mapping was determined by the minds of software engineers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the reason we use these, like Meyer's saying, there's no way to talk about it from a teleological perspective. The only way to talk about evolution, even if you were arguing for it, or even talking about biology and how things operate, there's no way to talk about it in a meaningful way unless there's some universality of how it operates and directionality. It operates in a way that has a direction. To say it has no direction, you've just abandoned the ability to talk about it, because whatever direction you see would be a nominal thing, and you can't actually assume that it's going to maintain that way, right? It's like, it's nonsensical. That's why the teleological angle for evolution is so fatal, and nobody really wants to engage with it. They'll say, you're doing philosophy. And you say, yeah, you're doing philosophy to talk about evolution. Thank you.
Have to talk to describe what's going on. And we're also discovering known computer design patterns in the information processing system of the cell. You have automated error correction. You can watch it happening. We have spell check in the computer. Well, we've got automated error correction in molecular biology. You've got, you have hierarchical filing.
I don't know what the fall was, and I don't know what God is. Does God have a mind? What? Why do you say Christ follower? You don't know if God has a mind, but you're a follower of Christ? Do we need to ban you for being a Decepticon? What the hell's wrong with you, man? Repent. True, JB, and the will is expressed through the action. This is how cognitive dissonance happens, when the expression goes against the will, correct? It could be, yeah. I mean, cognitive dissonance is like a psychological phenomenon that we use. Like, I don't even know. I think cognitive dissonance would be some branch of prelest from a purely theological view. You know what I mean? Holy cow! That is a big super chat! Thank you so much, Tengu. Sent you a clip through DM. Check it out. Thank you so much. On Discord. Thank you. Appreciate that. Atheists in my chat as well be saying galiggity. Nice. Nice.
Of information. There's a hierarchical organization of the information in the genome and beyond the genome.
Don't demean him, give him proper correction. I did. What are you talking about? He's literally calling himself a Christ follower and saying, I don't know if God has a mind. What? Like, I don't... Game Caller, you act like everybody in the chat is just going to be like good faith. Like, there don't exist complete trolls who their entire job is to take you away from what you're doing and get you to talk about stuff that they don't actually care about. What if God is something beyond our analogies? Well, we would say in a way God, the nature, the essence of God would be beyond analogies. So you're not saying anything, but you're saying something by saying Christ follower. Okay? That's what's a little bit questionable about you. You have a name, Christ follower, and you're like, oh, I don't know who God is. What? Why are you following Christ?
And so these when we had a computer programmer from Microsoft, and one of their elite architect level programmers several years ago, write 10,000 lines of code so that we could depict the gene expression system, the protein, the system of protein synthesis. One day he came into my office and threw a book down on my table called Design Patterns, a manual.
That's true. He could actually be a Muslim. Fair enough. Fair enough.
For software engineers. And he said, I get an eerie feeling that someone figured this out before us.
I don't know what God intended. I just hope and pray God will have mercy. Where'd you get this idea that God has mercy? Where did you get this idea that you pray? What are you talking about? Do you understand the contradiction you're in? You're like, I have no idea who God is or what God is, but by golly, I'm a Christ follower always. And I just hope and pray, these distinctions, that God will have, quote, mercy, another distinction. What are you saying, dude? Now you're a troll. You got to be a troll.
And I said, what do you mean? And he explained that.
Jesus, why do you, listen. What gave you the idea to follow Christ? Okay. Everything you're saying to us right now is not consistent with you holding firm to a man named Christ. Nothing. So why are you borrowing Christianity if your whole view is, I don't know who God is, I don't know what I'm here for, I don't know who I am, and I don't know who God is, and I don't know if God has a mind. Would you just roll the dice? Did you roll like letter dice and it said Jesus? Like, seriously. Roof maxing tax, thank you so much, y'all. JB, go more into the idea of the connection between prelest and cognitive dissonance. That sounds interesting. Well, I don't know how much more there is other than if cognitive dissonance is this experience where you're basically in denial, would be probably some aspect or expression of pride. You know? I don't, you know, there's not, it doesn't require like a full paragraph or an essay to say if what you think is in contrary to logic itself or let's just say logic. Let's just say that. If what you're thinking and holding to is in contrast to logic and you double down on it, it's not an intellectual thing. That's why cognitive dissonance isn't really it's not sufficient because it's spiritual. It's a spiritual dissonance. It's not a cognitive dissonance. There might be a thing called cognitive dissonance that's purely like the intellect, but from a Christian view, it can't be that. It can't just be that. I think they just swapped, you know, like all of these Jewish psychologists and all of their philosophy reformatted spiritual prelest, spiritual dissonance, spiritual failures, the clogging of the noose, and they swapped it with pure psychology. And the healing mechanism isn't Christ and the Eucharist and sacraments. It's pills.
The design pattern.
That's the sacrament.
Is a known strategy for storing or processing digital information. And there are multiple known computer design patterns at work inside the cell that he was learning about as he was learning how the information in DNA is expressed in proteins. So information in
Bjorn, another low tier. This should have been mid-take Monday, Bjorn. I've been looking into generally understood view of free will. That's a contradiction because there would be no you doing that. You would be a mechanism if there's no free will. Let's change your language here. It was looking into generally understanding the view of free will. Oh, sorry, understood doesn't exist either. Let me correct. It's hard to translate without free will. It was executing commands into the generally executed commands of executed commands. And the more and more don't executed commands, it exists. It has too many executed commands if you executed command it to non-existent entity. Did I do a good job, you guys? Was that A tier translation? If you were to actually reject free will, what an actual sentence would sound like?
In living systems is not merely a metaphor. It's not
So there it was. It was Sunday morning. It woke up.
Concept that we're imputing onto what's going
Okay, whack job Wednesday.
on in biology by any reasonable understanding of key definitions of types of information. There is a very important type of information present in the cell, and that is specified information or functional information.
See, this is the mistake. I get what he's saying. Like, it's okay to present it this way, but this is where it becomes a problem because this is materialism, unfortunately, Meyer. It's actually not the case that what you call information is actually materialized, which makes the materialist, it puts them in a worse position. But now you're appealing to it. So it kind of sucks.
Dog, what's your love language, though, bro? I'm thinking
My love language.
Quality time kind of brother.
Yeah, dog. This is Jardar's love language. You know what I'm saying? He wants to debate and stuff. That's his love language. My love language is travel. My love is is travel. This is low-tier science garbage. Well, it doesn't sound like you have much to refute. We're talking about information, which you can't talk about DNA without referring to information. And so the question of the philosophy of science you call low-tier science is actually not low-tier science. In fact, it's the philosophy of science that's interpreting whether something is scientific garbage or not. Bobby Joe?
Or specified complexity, where each of these terms means roughly the same.
Jimbo, your Rosalind impression is on. Oh, dude, right here, dog. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dude, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right.
The same thing. Highly improbable.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I wish all the ortho bros and stuff, like, why can't you be like that? That dude's chill, dude. This dude right here in my heart. Dude, that felt good in my heart.
Sequence, which is in which the parts of the sequence are nevertheless specifically arranged as a condition of performing an independent function. And that is exactly what's going on in
what I was going to say is, no, the information itself it's not identical to the item. Now, Stephen, he's making a mistake here, because if you say that, he thinks, well, that's going to press the evolution proponent to then justify the physicality of information that's identical to the structure. It's not identical to the structure. But you don't lose if you say that. You know, because you might think, well, then the materialist, the evolution guy might say, oh, yeah, we just add that. There's a structure, and then we layer a totally temporary, illusory information schema on top of nature. Well, no, that can't be true either, because something related to the organism and all of its parts and its relations to other parts, there's something about its behavior that's not identical to the parts. And there's a transfer and instruction packet. So the instructions itself are not identical to matter. They're not identical to matter. So I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know why he's saying, yeah, no, it's actually identical. No. The information of an apple is not actually found in the apple.
Inside the DNA and the protein.
It could be.
The DNA protein system.
Okay.
That's an interesting point you're making at the end there as well, about how often in science people are kind of in their own area of expertise and specialty. And I know more recently you guys have been focusing.
Oh, dog! Someone challenged you to a debate immediately.
On getting like the engineers together with the biologists and getting people to look at this from both.
Please explain why free will is required for understanding. Okay, so if there's no free will, there's only objects that unfold. Okay, that's the entailment. If there's no free will, there's just its unfolding deterministically. And the reason this destroys knowledge and ability for understanding is there's no subject to understand. A calculator that's programmed to unfold, it's not understanding. It doesn't know if it got the wrong answer or the right answer. It just does executed commands. So if you're a set of executed commands, which would be the entailment of denying free will, executed commands have no access to knowledge. They can't know if they're executing true outputs. And the reason is events themselves can't be true or false. You need an evaluator. To have an evaluator, you have to have someone who has the will to evaluate, that seeks truth, that has a direction toward truth, that wills their action toward understanding. It's a willful act. If there's no you, what's understanding? What's don't understand? There's no whatness, right? There's no what. So it denies the possibility of knowledge, because if truth and knowledge require evaluation and revision, but you're all just a slew of determined mechanisms unfolding as events, you can never isolate an event that you can call true, the same way you can't say there's a true tornado. There's no true blade of grass. It's not true or false. It's not propositional. Oh, look at that false waterfall. That's crazy. No, that's not coherent. We get it. Nature has no infor, therefore. No one said that. How do these prots get into... Well, they can't. Well, healing is a whole other thing. Yeah. Healing's the other thing. JB, can you please watch Kent's recent debate on MDD where he deep fries a 70 IQ British atheist on Noah's Ark? Maybe. Noah's Ark. Time, space, and matter have to come in through a continuum. Without space, there's no matter to be in. Without time, there's no time for matter. There's no time for matter to be in. Val put out another video. Yeah, I've been watching Val. It's funny. Was going to use this to get a coffee, but then I remember there were starving Jim Bobs on stream. Yeah, seriously. Thank you, Parasite. Seriously, don't be a parasite. Don't get coffee. Don't get coffee. For the guy earlier, if free will doesn't exist, how do you identify that if you've ever observed what free will would and should look like? Keep in mind the argument can go both ways in your worldview. Yeah, that's a good point, Giovanni. Today I'm going to go out and you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to go out there and try to understand free will. I'm going to do that.
Both of those modalities.
No, it didn't.
To kind of unpack everything.
Jesus said he was the truth, but I don't know what that means. That means he's God. How could someone who's not God be the truth? Truth would be eternal, right? That's what it means. Is truth a creature? So there's nothing true before creation. The truth. Go to liturgy, Christ follower. If you want to be a Christ follower, go to Christ's church. Go find out what all of this means. Because, you know, a set of just propositions is not going to fully get you there, no matter what we say. You have to interpret these things through the practice of the church. Or otherwise, you don't have any metaphysics to do it. The church, you'll be embedded in the metaphysics, in the mind of the church. You can get somewhere with some of the answers here. You can get somewhere. I'm not going to deny that. It's just that if it's going to be chewed up and filtered through your current position, you're not going to be able to interpret it through the mind of the church. You won't be able to do it through you have a current paradigm that you're going to eat everything through. So, in a sense, it ends up being fruitless because the thing in question isn't the statements, the answers. The thing in question is what's filtering the answers.
Thing that's going on. And I think that's such an important understanding as well, that when like a computer engineer or a software engineer specialist looks at this, they're like you.
Metaphysics just means what is the fundamental nature of reality. Yeah. And what is that through a Christian paradigm? Yeah. Now you're getting it. Yeah. What are the true metaphysics? What is the true nature of reality? We would say that, I mean, in a sense, the fundamental nature of reality is through a Christian paradigm. That's the only way to make sense of the fundamental nature of reality, both invisible and visible. I forgot what my buddy said. Tristan Haggard, I talked to him on the phone for a while a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about this exact topic and how reality itself, the way it's structured hierarchically, the way it operates, even in a fallen state, it's reflective of it has a lattice to it. And the lattice is the orthodox conception of reality. That is the lattice of reality.
You just gave a great example of their
what women are, who and what women and men are. What is the extension of the church? What is imagery? What is beauty? What is participation? What is unity and multiplicity? You know, what does it mean to be a human? What does that even mean? What does it mean to heal? What does it mean to be sick? What does it mean to be spiritually sick? What is death? What's the defeating of death? What are these questions that everyone asks?
Seeing it jumping off the page to them.
They're seeing things that biologists don't see.
Right.
TankyBot says truth is a human concept, not a creature. Okay, so which human created it? Nominalism fail. Hey, TankyBot, if truth is a human concept, which human created the truth? And is that true, or can it not be true? Can I change it? Is it universally true that truth is a concept? Created concept by a human? Is it true? Fail. Just listen, I eat you guys alive. I don't care. You're like my weird sushi. The kind that's not dead. That's what you guys are to me. You're like little baby squids. And I'm like, oh, look at that. I'll just eat that. Not to be mean, but you have already played Crimson Desert. No. Wait. Is that one of the Tom Clancy's? No. I might have to get a PlayStation.
They understand.
I gotta preach. I gotta preach.
Understand the informational dynamics.
Yes, it's universally true. That's a contradiction. If a human created truth, then it would be something that would be discerned, not created. So if humans created truth, is a universe, truth is a fixture, a made up thing, then it can't be ultimately universally true, dude. Unbelievable.
Any information. They understand the dynamic.
It is an objective universal fact. Human invented chess. Yeah, chess is a game, but you need something to be true before you can invent chess. Hello? We're not talking about chess. Are you saying chess is the truth? Don't make me tart out on you. I don't feel like doing that today. Chess is the truth. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought something needed to be true in order for someone to create chess. Helmet song.
Dynamics of any information processing system. They understand the kind of
chess is the truth, guys. That's the foundation of reality.
Engineering constraints that need to be applied.
There was no truth before humans, so you deny a past. How did you get humans? If nothing was true before humans, then you can't say before humans. There's no such thing as before humans. Dum-dum? You big stupid dum-dum? Would you poop your brain? What do you have a diaper on your brain? What do you need, wet wipes? There was no truth before humans. That's a contradiction.
First to produce.
What do you have? What do you have? Brain worms?
Information, and then to process it in a way that will achieve a functional endpoint. And biology is all about function.
That's like saying there's nothing existed before humans. That's what that says. There's no existence before humans.
Function. You can't get away from.
Logic might just be a description of reality. No, Christ follower, you're not a dude. You got to be a troll. Do you need the law of identity to describe something? Do you need first the law of identity to even to be even in a world where it's possible to describe anything? Logic doesn't have ontology. Okay, I'm actually refuting you right now. In order to describe anything, any descriptions possible using the use of language, do you need first a reality that's intelligible, that follows the law of identity? I I was like, why do I do this? Why am I even here? It's like I'm in a nightmare when I went to like one of those carnivals and I just wanted to take my kids and take them on like a roller coaster. But it's just endless like whack-a-moles. I'm stuck in a maze. This is like a horror. This is like hell to me. This is like a hell. But I have a duty to do it. I have a duty to continue.
Teleological language in biology, because every part of a living system is doing something for something else. It's doing something in service of the survival of the organism ultimately, and often multiple penultimate sort of lower level goals that are in service of that higher level goal of survival. So it's impossible.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, if there's no ontology to the law of identity, then you don't have a past. There's no past. It's like solipsism ultimately, because you're just saying you and yourself alone are the grounding of all ontology, and there is no rootedness in identity. Therefore, saying it like Steelborn is saying is a type of a contradiction. You're affirming something you deny.
Possible to understand biology without.
What if truth is depending on our minds? No, that doesn't follow, because our minds are particular. Our minds depend on truth. No. For our minds as particular mechanisms to make sense and evaluate things, the world itself, there has to be something true about the world before we declare in like secondary statements like X is true. Something has to be necessarily true before you make statements. So you can't say the truth is dependent on our minds, because our minds don't exist until we're created into the world. But the world must exist before we do, in this sense, in the way we understand it now. So no. The truth must be grounded in a being, in a person. And the person, Christ, has a mind. God has a mind. But it's universal, so these universal concepts, I'm saying, can't be grounded in particular humans.
Understanding the functional logic of a biological system.
That's exactly what would follow, Dustin. Yeah. Can you change the truth with your mind? Can you change what's true just with your mind? That's the foundation of the Troon philosophy, by the way.
And that has all to do with the storage and processing and expression of information, both genetic and.
You believe Jesus is love itself? Well, he also said he's the truth. Do you believe that? Is love a creature? Is truth a creature? You're all over the place. You can't. I don't know who you are.
Information.
You need to go to church, dude. This might be another Maryland thing.
And we're now finding information at higher levels and stored in other types of systems. Carbohydrates, for example, have arguably more information stored in them than do.
This guy's boring the crap out of me, bro. Let's go to Doug Wilson real quick.
Trump had been blasphemous with
ho, 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 Merry Christmas.
The imagery he'd been posting about himself as Jesus Christ, and he angrily condemned Donald Trump's attack on Pope Leo. What is your response to that?
I would, thanks for having me first. I would divide my response into two categories. One, I think that image was blasphemous, and I tweeted that fact.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. I really appreciate your broken heretical church declaring what's blasphemy.
Thought it ought to be printed on black velvet so we could call it blasphemous and tacky. So it was not a good image. No bueno. Not defending it. Glad the president took it down. I'm glad he responded to criticism, albeit somewhat lamely.
Yeah, but the criticism is like, I don't like it. The flawed criticism would be the expectation that Trump should act Christian. Trump's not a Christian. Trump is a toy dreidel.
He had a red robe, or he was robed not with a stethoscope. So that was one.
Can't answer what? What are you asking, dude? Does Jesus love flowers? Sure. What does that have to do with anything? What kind of drugs are you on? Did you just smoke a flower?
One thing. The other thing was his scrape with the Pope. I would.
Are you gonna make an argument instead of asking questions?
Put that in a different category.
Yes, Jesus loves human beings. Yes, and? Jeez, man.
The Pope was a Chicago lefty before.
Maryland. I'm starting to pick up on your style. Is anyone catching Maryland vibes? It's sounding a very Maryland-y. Head on and soul Twitter. Just so it's the worst. It's the worst. I hate it. I hate myself. The moment I click on it, I hate myself.
Before he became Pope. And he is speaking bromides, inserting God.
You made a strong argument with asking 2 questions. Do you know what an argument means? Do you know what an argument requires? I bet you can't even tell me the necessary component of an argument.
Into a geopolitical.
You're this close.
Event, while at the same time objecting to other people injecting God. I'd just like to know what the rules are. If Pete Hegseth tweets as though he were a believing Christian, and the president tweets as though he's not a Christian.
4 more chats, 7 minutes, y'all.
Why are we upset at both? What are the rules here? And secondly, if Hegseth is a particular kind of Christian and he is speaking that way, he's speaking from his conviction with regard to the war, and the Pope is doing the same thing, a different
Larry Flint was my grandpa.
Variation, a different stream of Christianity, but he's speaking to international relations, and he's applying his understanding of
Can we just pretend
to it. Well, why does he get to do that and other people don't?
Yeah, we've been asking you, Doug, for years. We've been asking Calvinists, by what authority are you determining anything's Christian? Doug Wilson? Now, the irony here is you're looking at Trump and everything he does, and the Paula White and everyone else, and all the evangelicals and the Zionists and all this stuff, and you go, oh, this is not Christian. This is not Christian. And Doug Wilson, in his debates, gets obliterated on this because he doesn't even hold to a strong, unchanged ecclesiology at all. Honestly, if he was honest, he'd just be like, I actually don't know. We actually don't know. We're still waiting on new revelation. So keep your spiritual antennas up while you're sleeping, because we're still trying to revive all the pieces of the bride.
Okay, well, Tim Miller, you're a Catholic, I believe. Is that right?
Catholic. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to learn Pierce. It's really hard. You're a Catholic. Yeah.
Well, I'm a cradle.
It's just like no matter what, I always see Pierce Morgan as a bird sitting on a perch. Like I can't unsee it. And he's just like always like he fixes his feathers. Well,
Cradle Catholic, Pierce. We're all on a journey together, you know.
Bro, why don't you stay out of the sun a little bit?
No, I was just curious what you feel about.
What you feel? What you feel?
The row between the Pope and the President.
He has this weird, like, guttural thing going on.
Between the, you know, has what the Pope
has
been saying crossed a line in terms of political commentary?
give me some bird food.
Or is he just being consistent to what most popes?
It's like a big British pigeon. Yes, he's a giant British
and
pigeon.
Marilyn Jim Bob, crying face emoji.
No, Marilyn's gone forever.
Do, which is preach about peace and not war.
Not war. Not war.
Yeah, I think that the people that think that the Pope has crossed a line, have.
I'm pretty sure they crossed the line in V2.
No memory, or didn't start paying attention to the news or to the Pope before Donald Trump was around.
What was it?
Leo's comments are in line with what we've heard from popes going all the way back to Pope John Paul. And Pope John Paul II opposed both Iraq wars, did so vocally. And, I don't recall George H.W. Bush or George W. Bush getting into a fight with the Pope. Multiple popes have criticized Democratic leaders for their stances on abortion and other issues. I don't remember Joe Biden or Nancy Pelosi telling the Pope to shut his pie hole when he
shut your pie hole.
Weighed in on the Catholic teaching on abortion. Donald Trump wants to make everything about himself. He wants to pick this fight because that's the only thing he knows how to do is bully people and pick fights.
Oh gosh, this is like kids at the principal office, and they're like, "You tell me why he's wrong. Well, he's just a big mean pants, and he pushy fights, and he pushy bully, and I just don't feel like it anymore, and that's why I think he should be suspended and not me."
So it's kind of what we'd expect for Donald Trump. It's a little confusing for J.D. Vance, who converted to Catholicism 2 seconds ago, and then decided to write a book about his conversion, to now come out and say that.
What is it? About 2 minutes left for goal. Forgot to go. There's 2 minutes left. Free. We've got 3 super chats to go. What about it?
The Pope needs to be careful when he speaks about theology, as if J.D. Vance, who's been a Catholic for 2 minutes, knows more about Catholic doctrine and just war theory than the Pope. I think probably he would benefit from listening to the Pope. And I don't know who is really
sucks. Just like, I don't know why you're here. Just why'd you come home from your ski trip?
Buying that from him, from the vice president. Like, it's not as if he comments about how Donald Trump should be careful with his language ever. J.D. Vance never criticizes Donald Trump, but now all of a sudden he simultaneously.
Gosh, is this the state of politics right now?
Went through this conversion.
I'm so glad I'm not a political commentator.
To MAGA,
I couldn't imagine
where he's a Donald Trump acolyte, and
I couldn't imagine this is what I had to just. Let's.
Let me just went to a conversion to Catholicism at the same time. It's very phony and it's very fake, and I don't think it's helping either of them politically.
Wow, amazing! That's good.
The fascinating thing to me, I'm a Catholic.
You're a Catholic? Are you?
And so I don't like seeing people trashing the Pope for just saying what a Pope is expected to say, I would argue, which is to preach peace, not war. But what's interesting is the politics of this. 20% of Americans are Catholic, many of whom will have voted for Donald Trump. And the latest NBC News poll showed that Pope Leo has a 34-point net favorability in his personal approval
rating. That doesn't add anything,
Donald Trump
Giovanni,
-12. Pope Leo is one of the most popular public figures in the United States. He's the first American Pope. People like the guy. And 42% of Americans view the Pope favorably compared to 41% for Trump. So there's no real upside here politically.
Tony's tapped in. Yeah, he's going to be on Piers Morgan soon.
Christ follower is reincarnation of Marilyn.
Yeah,
therefore,
I think it's Marilyn.
Hindu true religion. Durjadi sir.
Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing that anyone's ever done for me. I'm a Catholic. Jesus Christ is a true God. From true God, I feel this in my heart. Okay, well, make it a liturgy then. Okay? JB, can you give your thoughts on my previous RC? RC? What is that? Is that a different word for a super chat? It's also for the Jort tax and the bones. Is S close enough to R? Your previous RC? Let me see what that means. I'm really bad at abbreviations. Let me check. Your previous one. It says something. Have you noticed that it's not just anything but God, but also often I've noticed anything but something immaterial for them? Yes. Yeah. True materialists. They can't. They're like, if I can't see it and hold it and put it in orifices, it's not real.
For Trump, which does beg the question: why is he doing it?
Well, actually, went to an all-boys Jesuit Catholic high school, so if I may bring out a banger from the Bible, because we have such a religious panel today. This was Jesus' warning in Matthew chapter 7, verse 15. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves. That's for you, Pastor Wilson. But speaking about...
Oh, snap! Oh! I still got to get that clip. I still got to do it. Oh, he burned him. Oh, snap. Oh, he hurt that. That hurt. That hurted. That hurt. That hurt. Come on, dude. I can't restart. I can't restart my Canadian pesos. Thank you for the no goal. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for the no goal.
About the Pope. It's terrible politics, like you said. First and foremost, this is the spiritual leader of over 1 billion people. The Pope, just because he wears a costume and has a Pope-mobile, Donald Trump thinks he's a politician who fights crime. I think Donald Trump thinks the Pope is Batman. No, it's a spiritual leader with immense significance for the world, and not just Catholics around the world, but a lot of religious communities. And as such, Donald Trump picking a fight with Pope Leo, like you said, who is the most popular American right now. When all Americans are told the number one most popular American is Pope Leo, the first American Pope.
Oh,
Donald
what's
Trump, in this
good.
disastrous war, has attacked the Pope 8 times. On Easter, the holiest day for Christians, which celebrates resurrection and rebirth.
That's the weirdest
What did
Pope
Donald
ever.
Trump do? A blasphemous tweet.
I saw that argument. It's terrible. The popularity argument is terrible. You know what's popular? You know, what is her name? Bonnie Blue. She's popular too. Kanye was popular. What are we doing here? He's more popular. You see how many Twitter followers he has? Oh, he obviously is more popular than Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump is made really mad that he's not popular as the Pope. What are we doing? What is this? What is this, high school? Where am I? What did I do?
It was predetermined that I take a curry bath.
Ew. Ew.
Using profane language, threatening genocide in this unwinnable war. Then I think he converts to Islam, Piers, to mock Muslims, and he says, praise be to Allah. He follows it up with more genocidal tweets.
Good. That's better. Honestly, Donald Trump's view on Muslims, his mockery of Islam itself, is better than the Pope's position on Islam. Now, he won't do anything. I'm not like, put any faith or hope into Donald Trump at all. Not even a little bit. Maybe like some of the followers who are like, trying to restructure American society. But no, just that alone is a better take than the Pope. J.B. Kent, Hovind. Noah's Ark. Matter.
Then a week later on Orthodox Easter, what does he do? Mocks the Pope with his blasphemous image, the first commandment, thou shalt not worship any other gods before me. Then he gaslights the world and says, it wasn't me as the Pope or God or Jesus. No, I was just the Red Cross. And everyone...
He wasn't speaking ex cathedra equivalent to the president.
It's like, please, now you're lying to us. But the Pope, meanwhile, is doing what the Pope always does. The Pope is preaching the word of God, trying his best to live the life.
We don't hate, we dislike. No, hate means to reject. So I'm starting to take back hate as a word, mumble. So if you guys want to join in with me, hatred biblically is to reject. And so, yes, there are things we hate. My bad, Twin. I didn't know the $2 super chat. It's okay. It's how Jortlandia operates.
Life of Jesus, who, by the way, healed the sick and the blind, didn't charge copay, who divided...
Oh, God, this sucks so bad. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your big, stupid head. Okay? Poopy pants. All right, poopy pants. All right. Where's Ark? Ooh, snap. Oh, is that today? Don't tell me. Wait, no, 5-4. That's in a while. Jay's debating Pastor Jonathan Shelley. Oh, he's gonna... This is so... That's so sad. Oh, that guy's done. Oh, he's done. He's done. Oh, Metaphysics. Mike is up against Alex Soren. Oh, ouch. That hurts. That hurts. That's painful. Jason Cassell, wannabe Christians arguing who is and isn't Christian is always hilarious. It's really funny to watch. Now, it can't be fleshed out on Piers Morgan, of course, because you need, like, quick zingers. That's what that's for. You know, it plays its purpose. It has a purpose. But it is frustrating that no one asks, wait, who determines what's Christian? Doug Wilson? Who is that? Who does that? Do I want to see if Trump is being in a line with a crypt? In a line? You mean like downstream, like he was born of? Yeah, I have no problem with just accepting that without evidence, actually. So, you know, I'll just accept that. I'll just say, yeah.
Years, been a Christian 57 years. I taught high school science and math for 15 years. And yes, I believe the Bible is literally true and scientific.
Matter. Wait, did you guys give me a time code of when he actually wrecks him?
Those in whose nostrils.
Whoever did that, tell me. Please tell me. I know someone said it. I just don't remember who or when.
This is the breath of life. And those
help me.
On land. He didn't bring fish on the ark. They got plenty of water outside. He didn't bring insects. They don't have nostrils. They breathe through their skin. Some insects might have been there, but he didn't have to bring them. So the current estimate is there are 8,000 kinds of animals. Man has always tried to classify things. The animals don't care that we're classifying them, nor do they know. We made up the system, you know, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, parallel, lineage. The animals don't care. They know what to look for in a mate. We have on our North 40 the cows mixed up with the donkeys, mixed up with the sheep, mixed up with the raccoons and the possums and the armadillos and squirrels. They know what to look for in a mate. And they don't even know what they look like, but they know what to look for. The Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. So there are about 8,000 kinds of animals. No carnivorous.
All right, okay.
Let's see what everyone's got to say about this. I mean, look, I'm going to be arguing the story of Noah's Ark. While culturally significant and meaningful to many, it's not a real historical event. It's important to make sure everyone.
Oh, but a fish turned into a philosopher.
One understands what the story actually claims, because not everyone grew up hearing about it in detail. According to the traditional account, thousands of years ago, the entire earth was covered by a global flood. One man, Noah, was instructed by God to build a massive wooden boat large enough to hold his family and every species of animal on the planet. The story says he gathered them all, kept them all alive for months, and then released them to repopulate the world once the waters receded. It's a dramatic and powerful narrative, but when we examine it through the lens of science, history, basic logistics, the story simply doesn't hold up as a literal event. First, there is no geological evidence that a flood ever occurred. The Earth's layer.
Micro machines, you have to do it like turbo. Someone gave me an actual. Someone gave me an actual time code, but.
.com and on answersingenesis.com. That people, you can look them up, Google it. Why would 400 countries, why would 400 cultures have a legend or story about a world being destroyed by the flood? Why would 400 different cultures do that? You keep saying there aren't anymore. You're either mistaken or you're deliberately misleading people. Yes, there are 400 flood legends from around the world.
But the thing is, there isn't enough water to flood the entire Earth.
There's not enough water to flood the entire Earth, but you believe that the entire Earth had to necessarily be covered by water via comets. Via comets.
One drop of water would cover the Earth if you spread it real thin. There's right now the ocean's average 12,000 feet deep. I taught Earth science 15 years.
Yeah, you say that, but wasn't that the height of the water over mountains as well? Wasn't the whole thing sort of flooded?
Okay. This may be hard to understand over there. Now listen, if you smoothed out the world and there weren't any mountains, if the world were smooth, it would be there's 8,800 feet of water everywhere. There's enough.
Raziel, yeah, that's actually true. If it was a global flood, you couldn't actually have a spot where there wasn't, I suppose. So, do you have access to the spot there isn't?
There's water in the oceans right now to cover the world 1.5 miles deep. You're assuming that the Earth today, with these high mountains, had to be covered. There's your mistake.
Yeah.
The Bible says the scoffers would be ignorant of the creation and the flood. When the world was flooded, the mountains came. Listen, the Bible says, you want to argue about the flood? The Bible says the mountains arose at the end of the flood. There was no Mount Everest until after the flood. The crust of the Earth today is broken up into plates. And
yeah, that too. Like, what is he talking about? We're talking about water. We're not talking about the ocean. We're talking about water. The dude's like, ocean means just the water. Like, water means just the ocean, right? What?
Those plates are still flexing, moving around. why we have earthquakes and volcanoes and stuff. So if the Earth was covered in water, and there's enough water out there right now to cover the Earth a mile and 1.5 miles deep, 8,800 feet, Google it. The Pacific Ocean is huge. The Earth is...
I just realized that a dinosaur is holding Kent Hovind's microphone. That's epic.
70% underwater right now. Just smooth it out and it'll be completely underwater, a mile and a half deep. Yes, the Earth was flooded with water, and at the end of the flood, Psalm 104 tells us the mountains arose, the valley sank down, and the water ran off.
Oh,
it's interesting. Nearly all the
Ooh. Oh, you just got cooked by Kent. Cooked by Kent. Highlight reel.
Mountain ranges follow the coastlines.
So what happened to the water then? Did it?
No, he's not Orthodox. No.
It's still here. It's in the ocean. Take a cruise.
Yeah. But the whole Earth was flooded. The whole
Correct.
of it. That's why he built the ark.
Correct.
So,
did Jesus create dinosaurs? What's a dinosaur, bro?
so where's that? There was that water gone. Wait, I don't get. Well, I don't get what you're trying to. No. What I'm trying to say is I don't understand where the remaining water is if we've got 70% of water now. So where did it go?
I'm baffled by this, Donnie.
They believe it rained for 2 million years in a period called the Devonian period, but a global flood is unreasonable. Well, they also think the water that's in the water cycle that would be used for rain and then comes back down and goes back up and recycles came from comets. They believe that there is an cosmic Uber Eats comic delivery system. It's so wild.
The Earth is 70% underwater right now, and it averages 12,000 feet.
I'm starting to learn the way he talks if I want to do an impression. What is T's? Water.
Deep. If the Earth were smoothed out and the mountains weren't there, if the Earth would just smooth everything out, the water would be 8,800 feet deep instead of 12,000, and it would cover the whole world. It's a simple physics third grade science.
Ooh. Oh, Daniel Turner, you just got wrecked, bro.
That's it. The Earth, there's 1 cup of water would...
Oh, you just got wrecked, bro.
...cover the world. If you
Look at him. Look into his chat. He's panicking. What do I do? Am I getting wrecked by Kent Hovind? I thought Kent Hovind was the locale. What happened? Oh, man, this bad. Daniel Turner. Turn up. Oh, snap. You gotten turned on.
Water out there right now to cover the...
Oh, look at him. Look at him. Oh, I can't believe I'm getting wrecked by this guy. I thought I was supposed to just obliterate him. I thought everyone who told me, oh, you're debating Kent Ham, have fun with that. You're going to just it's a joke, right? He's all...
Higher Earth, 8,800 feet deep. Google it.
Uh-oh.
So, yes, the water from Noah's flood is still here. It's in the oceans, we call it.
Oh, damn. Daniel Turner, turn around. Turn around.
Have you tried Googling if there was a geological flood that's been recorded? Except for reading Genesis?
I just told you a couple times. Hey, one more time. There are...
Thank you so much.
400 flood legends from countries around the world.
They call us the Kent Hovind body slam.
Why would the Chinese, who don't know anything, or didn't know anything about the Bible, couldn't care less, why would the Chinese have a flood legend? They say the world was destroyed by a flood and one family was saved in a boat. One of the Indians.
Well, in a boat that they had to...
I do want to just jump in just because we could have a debate on whether or not the flood happened too, but in particular about the ark. I just know that if folks click expecting it specifically on the ark, they're going to say...
What?
This is more broadly on whether or not the flood happened. And so the feasibility of the ark, like whether or not it can hold all the animals, the food, whether or not they can get rid of the waste fast enough, all that stuff. I'm going to redirect us in that
direction. God logic? Oh, okay. I'll look at that too.
All right. Well,
sorry, Tengu. Appreciate that. I thought I remembered something like that.
Say that the ark's construction was impossible because the dimensions of the wooden ship is far too large for any humans to be built at the time. That's what I think anyway.
Wow. So just nuh-uh.
Okay.
I mean, wait, yeah, exactly. I mean,
have you tried Googling if there's a flood? Have you tried training Claude to agree with you? Ever? Have you tried that?
There was Noah. Well, I think there was 8 people on Noah's Ark, and they built that boat. Was it they built the boat before the flood actually came in? Is that the whole story behind it?
Okay, listen very carefully. There were 8 people that went on the boat. Noah could have hired 40. Okay. Listen to me. Noah could have hired 40,000 people to help him build, and they decided they didn't want to go. They didn't believe him. I can hire people to build anything I want here. The people build a crazy project. They may not believe in it. So we don't know that only 8 people built the ark. Listen to me. We know that 8 people went on the ark. Yes, we don't know that 8 people built it. These people were living to be 900 years old, according to the Bible, and there are many ancient legends of a golden age. Just Google golden age.
Dude, what is he? What is the opponent
Many cultures that don't care anything about the Bible said man used to live to be 1,000. Well, the Bible says more like 900. So why would there be golden age legends all over the world? Why would there be flood legends all over the world? I think because there was a flood.
James, I think we're coming off topic here. I think, are we talking about the actual ark, or are we going into some sort of biblical sort of chat here?
That the last question you had brought up was the size of. I think you said that the size of the ark, and I don't know if forgive me. Sorry, I was just attending the live chat. What was Ken, what was your response for the size? I think Daniel claimed that it wouldn't.
No, I said that it would be impossible to build. But plus, it would actually go under its own weight. It would sink. It wouldn't be able to, with all the weight, with all the animals, all the human,
with all the weight that it sinks,
feces, everything that comes with the boat, it wouldn't actually be able to uphold.
How did you determine that, Daniel? I love just epistemic. How would you determine that?
Such strong.
How would you determine that?
Strong winds, strong waves that are coming. It wouldn't actually be able to.
In your head, yeah.
To control.
Wow, what a top tier, Daniel. What is this? The top tier anti-arc debater?
The waters. It just wouldn't.
It just wouldn't. There it is. Well, I guess I should accept defeat. It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't do it.
We got to take your word for it. I'm glad God didn't ask you to build it. God told Noah to build the boat. He gave him the dimensions and the directions. Noah could have hired thousands of people to help.
Dude, the dude's on. I think he's.
We don't know how long it took to build.
He keeps doing this. He doesn't have a stiff, stuffy nose or sickness, and he keeps going like this.
Noah was 600 years old when he went on that boat. I bet he was way smarter than you and me put together. He probably knew all kinds of things. You don't need to bring big.
Dude, this is embarrassing, Daniel. You'd think. Go ahead, Vagine.
I gave a hilarious argument that dinosaurs are actually fake creations that are performing stolen valor on dragons.
Yes.
And that dragons actually have more credibility to existence than a dinosaur.
Yes.
They have no choice but to concede.
Well, yeah, even from the Evo view, on what basis why is a dragon ridiculous? Bacteria can become a philosopher. If evolutionists claim a snowball Earth existed 650, 750 million years ago during the cryogenian period of the Neoproterozoic era, but a flood is impossible because of time, yeah, they just pick and choose, Chase. They just pick and choose. Like the same thing, back to the ERV. They always argue what the random chance would be for these two ERVs to be inserted in a similar place with two different types of animals. They say, "Oh, do you know the mathematical unlikeliness?" And you're like, "Well, what is it?" And they say it, and you measure that against the entirety of evolution. Dwarfs that improbability. Dwarfs it. It's not even close.
Dinosaurs on the ark, you bring babies.
600 years old.
That's what the Bible says. And there are many
that's what the
cultures
Bible
about
says. Okay. All right.
Well, no, it isn't. You're missing it deliberately. There are hundreds of legends called the Golden Age. Why would the people in India, who could never heard about the Bible, have a legend that man used to live to be 1,000? Why would the people in China and the ancient Japanese cultures, why would they have these legends? Man used to live to be 1,000. Not related to the Bible.
The final boss of Protestants.
Maybe because man used to live to be 900, like the Bible says. Why would there be 450 flood legends? Maybe because there was a flood, a worldwide flood. It's not complicated. Now, it's one topic at a time. We believe, and I should come visit we're building a Noah's Ark here at Dinosaur Adventureland.
Right,
1/3 scale model.
I'm sure it looks
spaced.
Okay, well, come back. Come when you can. Noah's Ark probably had 4 or 5 what's called a moon pool. That's a hole in the floor of your boat with walls built up inside. Ships today still do that. Long ships going over a wave will tend to put a lot of stress or bend or break in the middle. But if you have moon pools, the water's allowed to go. The Glomar Republic, okay, had a large moon pool to rescue one of the submarines from World War II. It's a hole in the boat with walls built up inside. When you go over...
You had the Eucharist on this Easter. Well, I'll just leave that one alone.
For a wave, the water goes up and down in that hole, which relieves the stress on the long ship. And each wave acts like a piston, pumping fresh air in and out of your boat. And that's where you dump your waste. You go on an ocean liner today, take any cruise anywhere. When you flush the toilet, it goes right outside. And the fish love it. The fish eat it.
But what you do, you're describing something that's from top to bottom, right? Is that what you're describing, top to bottom?
The boat had a top and a bottom. What's your question?
Like the hole you're on about.
No, it would go up to maybe the third floor. The Bible says the ark is three floors. It's not a hole in the bottom with water where you sink your boat.
Daniel,
are you desperate to not believe? You're just desperate to not believe the story, aren't you?
I don't believe the story. I don't.
I know you don't.
Yeah, Daniel, this is not good for you.
That's obvious, yeah. But the reason why is because you're desperate not to.
No, I just don't think it.
I just don't think it. I just don't think
it's.
Okay, I agree with that.
Possible. I just don't think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible. Here to debate your positive view and I guess my argument is I don't think it's possible.
That
I just don't think it.
8 people in total can build a boat.
You don't believe 8 people can build a boat? What are you talking about? What are you even saying? Between the age of 17 and 21, I built 6 different houses with 3 dudes. What are you talking about?
You're not listening. You're not listening at all.
I just don't think. Yeah, because you couldn't even change like you couldn't even fix the toilet tank, dude.
I just don't think that 8 people can build a boat.
And then to get every single animal or 2 of each animal from around the world. Well,
by the way, he already corrected you. It doesn't have to be the case that 8 people built a boat, dummy. Even if that were the case, it's possible. But secondly, he said 8 people were on the boat. He already corrected you.
Well, I mean, you're in one place, so what you can do, you're gonna. There's no flying back then, is there? I mean, how are you gonna?
But life coming from rocks, yeah.
Get all these animals to the boat.
I just don't think someone built a boat because we know what a boat is and boats work, but I don't think people could build them till we built them. I don't think they can wrangle the animals then. But I do believe that fish over the time could become philosophers and rocks can become beating heart organisms.
Oh, unless they don't automatically come to you. Well,
dude, this guy's on I'm just gonna say it. He's on something.
I mean, where do the animals come from? That's what I want to know. Like, so let's say he's building the boat, right? Where are these animals? How are they getting to him? Because he can't go pick them up, can he? It's not an Uber or something. They've got to at least come to him. Yeah, come.
Are you done?
I just don't believe it. Excuse me. I just don't believe you. You gotta be.
Yeah. Go.
Okay. This is why 2 Peter chapter 3 says, in the last days there would be scoffers. He didn't put your name in there, but I'll add your name to my Bible, who are willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. The world before the flood was not like it is today. Today it is 70% underwater. Before the flood, it was probably all mostly land. There were no oceans, just seas. The water was on the crust of the earth. It's now on the surface.
Crust of the earth.
Animals didn't have to come from anywhere. They were all. If you had a perfect world with animals, everything friendly, you'd have kangaroos and koala bears and everything living nearby. The Bible says God brought them to Noah. 2 of each kind, a pink one and a blue one, came to Noah. He didn't have to go get anything. Noah might have taken 100 years to build that boat. Being 600 years old and having met his great-great-great-great-grandfather, all of them, you can see the chart here, Joseph, put that up. The people before the flood are living to be 900. Noah could have gathered information on how to do all kinds of things. And yes, there are thousands that wouldn't.
Yeah, by the way, according to evolution, is it not possible that something could live an organism could live 900 years old?
Millions of wooden boats have been built through history. Daniel, in your physics lesson here, I taught physics. If you load a boat down with some weight, it goes down into the water and it displaces. They call it the.
Yeah, he does. It's like epic. It's like an epic old. It's like he's about to report that Kennedy got shot. Like it's like no matter what Kent Hovind is talking about, you're always expect him to be like, and the president has been shot. Oh, this is awful.
They measure ships. How much water does it displace? Boats float all the time, all over the world. You need to get out more. So Noah's Ark could easily float if it's 515 feet long and 51.
Daniel's background scares me. Hey. I don't appreciate that.
Feet high. It was probably 15 or 20 feet down in the water.
A boat can float until it capsizes because
watercolors.
Jim Bob Sar, I can teach you how to
No.
make a good boat.
Not you guys.
Not made of wood.
Nope.
Can you guess what it is made of?
Jar. I do. I have an idea what you're talking
because
about.
of the amount of weight that is on
Shit. You're talking about a shit ship. Is that what you mean, Vagine? You talking about a shit ship? And you're not talking about a shit ship or a dinghy. What's your version of a dinghy? A dinghy berry?
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
very familiar with that. Yes,
I agree.
So he didn't have that much weight. He probably had all babies, and a 515
foot
canoe boat, 51 feet wide, can hold a whole lot of weight.
Did he have elephants on that boat?
Probably babies, yes, probably baby everything.
Baby elephants. Okay, so
why would you bring big ones?
Say again.
The purpose of bringing babies is multiple. They eat less, they sleep more, they poop less, and they live longer after the flood. And the reason you're putting them on the boat is to have babies after the flood.
So basically, to help with the weight situation, to actually make the boat work, and you have smaller animals of that kind. So you'll have baby.
Have you ever seen a cargo ship, my guy?
Elephants, or you'll have baby monkeys, or anything that's or any animal that weighs quite a few ton. That you're just going to have the baby ones just to make sure that the boat can sail accordingly over the waters.
Well, are you aware of the fact that babies are usually smaller than adults?
Right.
Okay. So yeah, just be sure to get a pink one and a blue one. I think he brought babies of everything. Why would you bring big elephants? Bring two young ones. Maybe not babies is the wrong word. Old enough to be away from mama, but not full grown yet. Okay. The biggest dinosaur egg ever found is smaller than a football. And lizards don't have any hard in.
Favorite? I don't really have that. Like, it's a weird, I don't have like that like system of evaluating. I mean, my own saint name, Saint James, obviously I am connected to, but I'm still reading the saints, honestly. I don't, like, when I read the saints, I don't think, oh, this is my favorite. This is, like, I don't sort of, like, measure it that way. You know what I mean?
Parental care. As soon as they're hatched out, they're on your own, kid. So I think Noah had even dinosaurs on the ark. Probably babies. They weigh less, they eat less, they're smaller. They sleep a lot more, and they're tougher. Young ones can bounce around and get up and keep walking, where adults fall down and break. So he wouldn't bring big elephants on the ark. Bring babies. It'd be silly to bring big ones. No reason for it. So why bring big giraffes?
Well, it was. What do you mean?
5 minutes too left, y'all.
Okay, I guess what you're trying to say. You're trying to say it doesn't matter what size the animal, fine, but you have to understand that. What would you say? 8,000 kinds of animals.
Right.
That was on the boat, and there was 2 of them.
Yeah, 16,000 roughly animals on the boat. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So if 2 of each animal, that is still a substantial bit of weight for the boat.
Who cares? What's your argument, bro?
And you got to account for the food. You got to account for the actual people that are on it as well, which is probably wouldn't make a difference. Then what about the feces as well and everything? The waste from the animals. What are you going to do? Just chuck them overboard or something? Or
yeah. There's people who still poop today in the water. I'm a little confused about the incredulity argument from Daniel. Don't people like him literally fight over who and how pyramids were made? A big wooden craft seems... Yeah, it's a weird... He doesn't have a position. He's just... It's all pure incredulity. Well, what about feces? What about feces? What about poops? What about poops? The poopies?
Well, you mentioned this wormhole, whatever it's called, but... But you only said that that's 3 stories from the bottom or the top, sorry?
It would be a column built inside your boat up to the 3rd floor, and you take the waste and feces and dump it in there, and the fish love it. They eat it. Google, what happens to an ocean liner when you flush the toilet? It goes right outside.
Right, so
fish love it.
Right, so, I mean, that seems obvious. Where do you put the feces? You're in the middle of the ocean. Where would they put it? Where would they put it? It's where you got to put that? You got a boat, and you got feces, and you got waste. Where are you supposed to put it? I'm looking around. I'm looking around. I don't see a good place to put it, to get it off the ship. Where are you going to put it? You see any dumps anywhere? You see a dumpster? I don't see a rubbish bin. There's no rubbish bin on the ark. Where are you going to put it? Okay.
So, all right, okay, let me get it straight. So,
that's like asking, like, where are you going to burp?
Oh, you got to burp? Where are you going to burp? There's no place to burp. Where are you going to do it? There's no place on your body to burp. Where are you going to put your burp?
Any place that's outside of me?
Wait, there's no... Yeah, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There's no... I don't see any place where you could keep your burp on you.
The boat, the hole was...
Dude, you shovel it overboard, dude.
Not going from top of the deck to the bottom. No.
It goes all the way through the bottom up to the top deck, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but where's the loo? Where's the loo? I can't imagine being on a boat that long without a proper loo.
I don't know.
The bottom,
where's the kitchen?
Through the bottom, and you said up 3 stories. So does that mean that to get rid of the waste, you'll have to sort of go down to the third story and then get rid of the waste into the hole?
Well, these people
just
were
chuck it
awfully smart.
overboard.
I bet Noah being 600 years old and his kids being over 100 years old would be smart enough to figure out some system. You can make a little pulley and a rope and a bucket if you want. I'm sure they figured out a way. I'm only 73 and I can figure out lots of ways to get rid of the waste without causing a problem. But see, you are desperate to not believe this story. It wouldn't matter what anybody said. You don't want to believe it. Okay.
I learned about this story in school, and the thing is, I learned it on an RE lesson, religious education.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so look, like I said, I don't really want to attack your beliefs. I'm an atheist. Okay, and
we can fix that.
And I respect my brother Christian. He believes in God and Jesus, so I respect him there. But I mean, what the Bible says is.
I don't poop in the water, jar, 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 jar.
We don't believe you, jar, 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 jar.
It's just stories, and when it comes to the Noah's Ark in particular, it's so crazy.
It's so crazy. Is this all it's going to be, guys? There's got to be more. God logic. Can you ting? Oh no, I have it actually. Hold on, I'll find it. Tingu. Look for your generous tip, sir. Send you a clip through DM. Was that it? That's the one? Okay, hold on a second. DM. Wait, no. Where are you? Tingu? Wait, are you Dustin? Tingu? Where is, oh no, it was someone else's. Where's the time code? Someone gave me a time code. Where it be? I'm gonna look at God logic. Time, Muhammad debated 1 hour, 12 minutes. 1 hour, 12 minutes. All right. Where was it on? God Logic channel or? Visiting a family during your most recent Peterson. Oh, you should watch it, dude. It was brutal. You gotta watch it. It was brutal. God Logic Muhammad is that on his Muslims upcoming? Okay, here. Is it this one? Is it this exchange right here?
What does Furqan mean? What does Furqan mean? What does Furqan mean?
Furqan means criterion.
Okay, so what does it mean?
A standard of truth. It tells you what's right and what's wrong. The Quran says the Torah is Al-Furqan. According to your Quran, the Torah is Al-Furqan. In chapter 21, verse 48, and in chapter 2, verse 53, the Torah is Al-Furqan. I need to get dressed for the occasion. I'm getting...
We can't have any of these people in our country.
My shirt's getting messy. Hold on.
What's this guy doing? You want to throw the towel? You want to throw the towel, boy? You want to throw the towel? Oh, come on.
I just need to dress.
Yeah, this is. I need to dress for the occasion.
I need to dress for the occasion, man.
Okay. Here's the question too.
This is the best club I've ever made. What do you mean? You're the only one acting belligerent.
Is the Father God?
I feel like I'm at the movie theater.
I already answered this. Can you tell us what Leibniz law is?
Are you? I repeat myself for the fourth time. You don't even know who Leibniz is.
Get your thoughts together. What is Leibniz law?
I've already explained to you it's the law of identity.
No, it's a category within the law of identity.
What
specifically is Leibniz law?
Be quiet. It's
both.
It's the law of identity. It's the same as the law of identity. They call it Leibniz law.
No, Leibniz law is that something is identical if and only if they are identical. They share all the properties. They are identical in all of their properties. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're reading the AI overview, right?
I'm looking at you.
My favorite is Mormon, honestly. Muslims, I just look at them and I go, I don't want to engage with you. I don't want to debate you. I don't want you in my country. I don't want you in my neighborhood. I don't even want to really know you exist. Unless you're going to fully repent and convert to orthodoxy wholly, I don't need you near me. I don't want you near me.
My place of employment has started putting up signs in bathrooms saying employees shouldn't squat over the toilet. Should I sue for discrimination?
Yes, you should. And by the way, you guys don't even sue. You just do it anyway. I've seen footage recently. You guys pooping on buses and trains in Europe. You don't even care. It's because you don't even know it's different than you. It's just, to you, it's like breathing. It's like, what's the problem? I just breathed on the seat. And everyone's like, we don't poop here like that. That's not what we do. We don't do that here. Muslims always lie. They're the worst. They're the worst. Like, I don't even want to engage with them. But honestly, insofar as argumentation, they are very similar to Unitarians and Mormons. You get a similar experience when you debate these people. So, that's what I think. The only Muslim debaters I've ever seen who seem to be arguing in good faith are white ones. Yeah, they're trying to do the work for the Muslims. We don't doo-doo here. You're welcome, Zero Smoke. You're welcome. She. Should we review Tony on Tony dealing with Rob Noor? That was just kind of funny. Especially the rap part. I wish I could find the rap part. Rob rapped. They did a rap battle. It was funny because Rob did pretty good, actually. He can kind of, if he practiced, Rob could be a decent spitter or whatever that culture calls him. I feel like that may have been the wrong term. Sorry, Rob. What do you guys say? Freestyler, something. I don't know what you people say. You guys don't use proper language ever. Got to rub their nose in it and make them sleep outside. Then again, they'd probably like it. Yeah. They're taking over. I'm horrified. The future of where I am, you guys, I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling that's going to turn into essentially some weird version of San Francisco. Like tech development. No, it's going to be great, you guys. Lots of infusion, right? We're going to get a lot of infusion of cash and capital. What for? Oh, we're just going to actually transform the state into a tech capital. A tech capital.
I never pooped on a bus, not on a plane, not on a train.
The tech capital. I don't believe you, Eugene. What's that? Tech capital. Oh, yeah, like IT and all, AI and, mega data centers and oh, really? What's my culture going to be like? What does that matter? You're getting tech money infusion. It's great. Can you please do an animated short using the old cha-cha-cha-chia commercial, but for ta-ta-ta-kia? I feel like that would require AI. Not a cartoon. Yeah, you people know who you are. Real Spitta? Okay, I thought so. Seems right. A rat. Yeah, rat. That's what it is. That's what it. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking good. I honestly don't know what to do because I have this it's like leave, you fail kind of, but you win. You evaded, so you kind of dodged a bullet, but at the same time, there's a part of me that you're supposed to stay and fight, but then you're like, fight for what? Is there any hope? It's a tough one. California, I was wondering, California might actually swing around. Take a bit, but It could. It could actually swing red in like 50 years. Like, you know, it's possible. Doable. I think. Rob. Let's see what we got. Rob. At least look at the... You know, Tony got in some of his debate chops. He was getting a little bit wrecked by the chat because he was using some of the same angles and arguments as Candace Owens, and people can't unsee that, so they make the connection, you know? So they were going after him about that because he was naming them. He was doing the name them, Tony was. He was calling them out. So there was that. Oh, I think it was so aggressive, it's not even up. Wow. That means he... Wow. That means he put it on Rumble. That means it's a Rumble exclusive. And Rob was like, well, yeah, let's just be safe. JB, you must leave your doomed state and come to my doomed state of Utah instead. Come visit. It's the only parish in southern Utah. Well, I could meet Provo if I do that. Went to Utah once, and I drove on this long road that was next to two bodies of water. You guys know that? I forget where we were. Meg Bob? Was it Utah? Or is that our... Anyway. There was like locusts or some mosquitoes. No, it was worse. It was like mosquitoes. And they literally covered our entire windshield. That's how many mosquitoes there were. And I was like, nope. Not here. That's not happening. Not today. Not today, Satan. Tucker controversy proves the right is right off. What? Stupid. That's just dumb. Oh, from Minnesota? That was the last state I thought would be like, you know, because first of all, who goes there? Who lives there anyway? But apparently, even Charlie Kirk told us about Minnesota before it became like a hot topic. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. Like, I don't want to live in Texas. I mean, other people are there, but it's just like my Italian follicles can't handle that. I can't handle it. I don't think I could do it. I think Jesus will have to return before the California flip to red. I don't know. Maybe. I'm hopeful. Charlie Kirk was a psyop. Maybe. I mean, he was pushing classical liberalism and immigration. I got ridiculed because I had a super viral comic about him about a year or two before. And it was his face, you know, with his gums and everything. Back when we could make fun of his face. And it said the demographic replacement is fine as long as it's done legally, essentially. Like, and it went super viral, and it caused all sorts of havoc. It's amazing how one image, something I learned as a comic maker, is that someone could do like a 2-hour stream and say everything perfectly and trim all the fat and just nail it. Like the best monologue ever. But it could never compare to a cutting meme that's in a single frame. It's not because it's like, it's just because of the effectiveness of it. It's such a sharp cut if you can get through. If you can get the picture and get it through, it cuts through everything. It's a really strong weapon. He spoke out against the U.S. going to Iran. I think I recall that too. Yeah, that was some point that Tony did make. if Charlie Kirk and the swing of his tail could change or alter the public's perspective of interests and the public, their perspective and their view on Israel, if his movement of that changed and it was, let's say, disruptive to certain plans. Now, I have no evidence. Like, I kind of go off more intuitive. My intuition says the main story is garbage, but I can't go on my intuition and actually make the claim of who and what and how all that went down. I just think that I just generally go, these types of events are very strange and they're purposely confusing. And there's all sorts of like I think they're purposeful misleads where the truther thinks that they found the real thing, but it's actually that itself is planted in. That's how manipulative I think truly Satan is. That's why I don't chase it anymore. I don't chase, 2 years ago, if that happened, 3 years ago, Charlie Kirk, even the Artemis thing, I would have chased that for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I would have went down there. I would have been like, yeah, let's do this. I'm down. But I can't. Following the laser. Yeah, it's like a cat. Yeah, it's like over here, over here, over here. Well, if you're such a truther detective, like, what if it's the case that the thing that you're calling a breadcrumb, what if that was given to you? They're telling you, if that were the case, everything about the nature of that kind of reality where crap like that happens and you need to muck rake it with a bunch of stuff. What does that tell you? It tells you to go to church. It just tells you to go participate in what you know and you know how to participate in, and from there operate your life. It's literally telling you the opposition, if that were the case, if the nature of reality was that convoluted and deceptive at so many levels, and you thought you were going to uncover it and finally show it in a PDF format, and send it to Candy Owens, and she was going to be like, look at this guy's work, okay? This guy laid this out, okay? His 5 different colors of Post-it notes, okay? Why would he do that? Charlie Kirk, in a dream, if you know this, it was a dream before Christmas. I would frequent his house at Christmas because we were close, and now we're not close with his family at all. You know why? Because of Erica Kirk and everything that's unfolded since. But he would always tell me his favorite Post-it note color, and I always thought that was interesting that I actually dreamed in that color. Okay. It's basically whispering like, you're never going to figure any of this out, ever. You're never going to figure it out. Okay? Tune in next week. I will give you a bunch of soggy breadcrumbs, okay? And I think it's weird that she was reality television for so long and was sort of matched with Charlie in Israel at the time. They were both visiting and kissing the wall at the same time. It's like some sort of weird Israeli threesome. It's like they were not married to the church. They were married to a wall, okay? Moldy breadcrumbs. I've got moldy breadcrumbs for you. My own husband, since this whole thing happened, I haven't actually been out of my room, this blue room that I live stream from. Okay. He hasn't let me out. I haven't seen my kids probably several days. Okay. Well, that sucks. I wanted to take a look at Tony's performance. He definitely made that one. That was one of the more fun conversations because they would battle it out, but not like they wouldn't freak out on each other, but they would battle it out. And then there was like OG Rob Knorr people in the chat who were a little more like normie about things, you know, oppositional, you know, sort of Candy Owens-y level whack stuff. And Tony has no problem. He's like, yeah, I'll do it. So it was actually fun. It was fun to listen to. Because it's fun to watch Rob try to like maintain sort of an objective, not aggressive, not extreme position to try to like reformat what Tony's saying, but without like piety signaling or calling him like a, you know, doing like what other people do, you know, when you talk about that stuff. But the chat didn't have a problem doing it. There's a couple of funny. No, Tony, someone called you a poor person's Andy Kaufman. I thought that was a compliment, actually. The rap battle was good, yeah. Tony was just, I'll kill. Okay, it just threatens Rob's life. You did good, though. Now, Tony's role on, my role as well on Scud isn't debating, though. So, you know, if you guys were like, look, he's getting ready for Scud, he's actually not, because we're the Joe Rogan and the other guy who are analyzing and summarizing the debate. We're not the debaters. We're not the debaters on Scud, y'all. God's Note said Rob did bad. Well, was there a vote? Speaking of bad, 6 minutes, 5 to go, y'all. Keep it up. I know Wednesday's a little lethargic. But if you guys want Jortlandia to have plumbing, you know what I'm saying? All right. You know what I'm saying? The 18 tactics Tucker and Candace used to manipulate you. Ooh, this should be good. From this little worm guy. No, I'm not one to defend Candy Owens, you know. But I also don't trust this little worm.
This past weekend, as he often does.
What, did you crawl out of a tiny bottle?
James Lindsay provoked the internet.
Are you an actual, like, you a midget? Are you a midget?
With a post saying, quote, if you have suddenly become skeptical about or hostile to Israel and or Jews in the last year or two, you have been taken by yet another leftist anti-American psyop like COVID and Trump derangement syndrome. You're not immune to them, but you can break free. Ideas are...
Dude, how small are you? People think I look small. If you met me in person, you'd be like, Jim Bob, you thought you were like Peter Dinklage's size. I'm like, no, it's just my posture. This guy is boring. He definitely sucks.
Are powerful things. Many a man has destroyed his life overnight.
He's just a weird little dude. He's just a weird little guy.
Idea. Many a war has been fought over them too. In the First World War, the Germans smuggled Vladimir Lenin into Russia as a sort of weapon of mass destruction.
Pocket Peterson.
He had an idea, and the idea that he carried with him would infect the minds not only of the Russian
Why is your voice like that?
Bolsheviks, but would burn across the entire continent and the world.
Honey, I Shrunk the Jordan Peterson.
And kill over 100 million people in the 20th century.
I do look small, and I do look. I don't know what it is. It could be the angle of my camera. It's my posture. Look, this is the right posture. If I could just learn to do this, you guys wouldn't make fun of my shoulders so much. This is just the correct posture. You want to see what I normally look like, though? Look at this. Thanks a lot, Mom and Dad, for never correcting my posture. If I just train myself to do this, I look normal. I'm a normal person. Thank you so much, Suzanne. 3 minutes.
Ideas are viral. Ideas are contagious. In the early 2000s, I watched a documentary.
Did you just do the lean in?
Called Loose Change. Maybe you've seen it. It was free at the time, slickly made, and absolutely certain that the September 11th attacks were an inside job, a controlled demolition.
Oh, I will. Oh, you. Are you going to do this thing? Really?
False flag.
No. Dude, it has to be. You have to deny physics, okay? Do I need to do a 9/11 stream? Do I really need to do this? Do I have to plan a 9/11, the ultimate 9/11 stream? Gaslighting.
Flag. And
gaslighting.
Carried out not by 19 hijackers, but by the United States government against its own people. I remember one moment from the film in particular. Footage of the towers collapsing was playing on my screen. Footage I'd seen live in real time on that September morning back in 2001. Yep. Footage I'd watched in horror like everyone else. Only in Loose Change, over that footage was played audio recordings of various people, suggesting we were watching a controlled demolition.
Absolutely. Why is that? Why is that, Jeremy? Why would some of the most well-known demolition experts look at that and inductively go, yeah, that's what it looks like? One of them, by the way, strangely died, okay? Strangely died. Hit by a car. Going out to get milk. Just weeks after being vocal about the fact that one of the leading Canadian engineers and demolition experts looked at the footage and came to the conclusion, upward to 99% certainty, that, okay, that those buildings don't collapse that way without help from the inside. Okay. Is it a bit weird that he was dead? Just weeks after. Thank you so much for reaching the goal, you guys.
The claims repeated in an almost hypnotic style. Almost looks like one of those planned implosions. As if the demolition team...
No, not almost, you little weasel. Not almost. Exactly. Not almost. Exactly. No, it almost looks like it. I could see how someone could come to the conclusion that it looks like every other piece of footage we could ever see that films a controlled demolition. It looks just like that.
Team set it off. When you see the demolitions on these old buildings, it just folds down on itself. Anyone who's watched a building being demolished knows. The idea that the collapse of the Twin Towers was a controlled demolition had been subtly planted, or not so subtly planted. And for one fleeting moment, I believed it.
Oh, see, even him, he gaslighted himself. This poor guy. This is the worst of it. This is what happened during COVID, too. For a moment there, my faculties and everything I know about reasoning in the external world and all the trust I'm putting into my my interpretation of the external world tells me that there isn't a thing that's causing a massive death wave at all. I don't see any of that happening in my direct view. Yeah, it's happening. Even he admits his own reasoning, his first impulse is to come to the conclusion that's not right. That's not how a building falls. That's not how buildings fall. A building that's standing, this is basic physics. A building that's standing upright for a long period of time is demonstrating resistance. That's what standing is. That's what standing definitionally is. A demonstration of resistance. He's literally telling you how he gaslit himself. This is crazy, dude.
Something shifted in my chest. It felt like waking up. It felt like scales falling from my eyes.
But then there was a guy on TV who said, that's what fires do. And then a guy named Mark Walsh, who works for Fox News, jumps on a street interview before anyone declares the official story and declares the day after immediately to the world that the buildings fell mostly due to structural fire, and this fire was so hot the buildings fell.
Felt like I was finally seeing the truth that had been hidden from me. And the feeling was, I'll be honest with you, exhilarating. And then a small voice, maybe my conscience, maybe common sense, maybe the Holy Spirit, told me to hit mute. And so I did. And the moment I did, I saw what I'd always seen, what I'd watched live on September 11th, 2001. Not a controlled demolition, but buildings that had been struck by passenger jets.
Oh, you sick bastard, man. You're a sick man. You know what I did is I shut down my own instinct and reasoning that God gave me. You know what I did? I had a tiny voice that said, believe a lie. Say the thing that's not true, bro. Maybe it was the Holy Spirit whispering me to literally tell a lie. Unbelievable. These people are sick, man. They're sick. Look at them. Trying to sell you this testimony. Oh, no. Against everything we know about physics. There was a small voice that just said, don't worry about everything you know about physics. Don't worry about everything you know about your own observations. It's lying to you, right? Don't worry about it. Lie to yourself. Lie to yourself. Lie to yourself. And I'm so glad I did, because you know what I saw that night? Something that can't be ever documented or recreated. You know what I saw? I'm so glad I hit mute and put duct tape over my mouth, right? And fell in line with the mainstream media. I'm so glad I did. You know what? Because I looked again, and what I saw was something that can't be recreated at all in any experiment. You know what I saw? Planes hitting two different objects, one of which that wasn't hit, an extra one, the third one. Building 7. But all three of them combined. Not one instance in the history of mankind, including the time maybe things were built better or worse. Not in a single... In any part of humanity was there a skyscraper, a high-rise building that's struck by a plane that falls. Ever. You mutant. Terrible, man. It gets me mad.
The next time you debate a naturalist and you use the category argument, use the fundamental elements as your baseline. They will likely appeal to the atomic number, but that in itself necessitates protons and neutrons, the elementary matter. Secondly, those necessitates quarks, and quarks necessitate space for their use up, charm, and down, strang, in quarks to determine the positive versus negative charge. Thus the naturalist needs the distinction of direction and the categories of the elementary matter. Chase Crosp.
Thanks, Chase. I think it's worse. I think he knows the truth about towers, but chooses to keep people in the lie. This guy sucks. This is crazy, because he just wrote, the title of this video is 18 Tactics Tucker and Candace Used to Manipulate You. He starts with a manipulation. Now, it doesn't mean that Tucky and Candace aren't manipulators. Of course they could both be. It's not a dilemma. It's not either or. But this is the worst, man.
Buildings that had been burning for hours. Buildings finally giving way, collapsing in under their own weight.
No, that's not under their own weight. No. See? What a gaslighter. Unbelievable. Do I have to draw for you, Jeremy Boring? I'm going to draw. You obviously need a drawing. What he just said is so nonsensical, what he just said, especially the under their own weight. Let me just show you a drawing. You're such a worm. Gaslighting. You're a gaslighter. I'm going to draw. You deserve it. That's what you need. It's so hard for me to start a new goal. Why is that? Every time. Hold on. I gotta do this. Gotta start a new goal. Gosh, man. This one gets me because this is like one of my sort of the first time I matured into even looking at the external world. I was in my own world. Oh, this stuff up, like whatever. I'm not interested. I want to make stuff. I'm an artsy fartsy guy. Who cares? But I was a metalsmith, and so someone asked me, like, you know, what does steel melt at? I'm like, oh yeah, super high degree, because I work with metal like silver, gold, platinum, and stuff. And then I was like, why are you asking me this? This dude was asking me, right? And he's like, talking about jet fuel, and then he's talking about steel beams, and I'm like, all right, I gave him the old exact treatment that this guy's doing, you know, gaslight him, tell him he's a conspiracy theorist and stuff. And then I actually thought for a second, well, why am I being so defensive? Like, that's weird. Some topic I'd never looked in. Why is my automatic response defensive to it? Okay, let me just look then. So I did. And I was like, one failed unanswered question led to another, and then I started looking at the structure of buildings, and then I started looking at the structure of those buildings, and then I started looking at the fact that two buildings demonstrating resistance while a fire is happening at the top sections of each of these buildings for 40-something minutes is the opposite of observing that things collapse under their own weight. That doesn't make sense. I'll show you how with a picture. I'll show you. They should have made the towers out of passports. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I've seen that joke. It's funny. Yeah, it's the ultimate gaslight. Like still to this day, there's people I know and love who I'll bring this up to, and we'll watch the thing together and be like, tell me where in the burning fire did everything underneath get weakened, and by what mechanism? Tell me. I'll show you. He said, this dude's such a, oh man, this gets me so fired up. All right, here we go. We're going to draw. We got to draw for people so they understand. Okay, Jeremy, there's a tower. There's a tower. All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. All right, here. Ooh, look, here's some fire. Okay, what happened? Heck. Oh. All right, here's some fire. There's some fire here. There's some fire, what, here, and then there's one here. So it's about the ratio. Add a little bit of yellow. All right, dude. So you got two standing buildings, and they're on fire. Now, obviously... Obviously, the building being struck, let's say they were struck, you know, because that's also a thing that people like to debate. But let's just say the official narrative, right? Two objects strike different spots of different buildings. They're burning, right? They're burning. Now, look, dude, I'll show you the sections here and why this never could make sense ever, according to physics. Never. It can never make sense. It'll never be made sense of. Right here, this section is intact. This section is intact. The fact that it's standing for 40-something minutes and everyone's watching it means it's intact, means there's resistance. The person who, like Jeremy here, who has to tell you what they have to tell you, if you ever get into this debate with somebody, what they have to tell you, and you have to ask them point blank, you have to ask them this question. What mechanism, by what mechanism, because it's cause and effect, this is physics, what mechanism here and here creates an effect where all of the tension and resistance here, especially here, this is greater than this. So when you say collapse under its own weight, this is weight and this is firmly to the ground. This is already holding this weight. That means resistance is present. What mechanism can take the smaller level of mass and weight and have it downwardly crush the intact part? What mechanism can destroy that and make it fall quickly? He just says collapse under its own weight. He just says that term. This collapse under its own weight, that doesn't even make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. You have to remove resistance, okay? There's no way around it. You have to remove the resistance. So when you ask these people just basic physics questions, they say things like, well, it was the fire, and the fire melted the metal, and the metal got really weak, and it collapsed. No, that's not a mechanism that can demonstrate that.
Same event, the same truth I'd always known. The narrator hadn't shown me anything new. They hadn't revealed the hidden truth. They'd simply reframed the narrative so that I believed something different.
This guy's such a worm.
750 Donuts of Doom. JB, look into the Alexander technique for body posture.
The mechanism is an airplane. That's what people would say, right? Well, no, obviously the airplane didn't actually collapse the bottom half of the structure. The airplane's made a hole in the wall of the building. If the building's still standing, then there's resistance. The question is, what mechanism removes the resistance? You can't say the airplane because the airplane already hit. There's resistance. So that's not it.
About the exact same footage. There's a name for it. It's called persuasion, telling you what something means before you see it, so that when you see it, you don't evaluate it.
Are you seriously doing this to us? Oh, it's called persuasion, telling you what happened before it actually unfolded. Dude, that's exactly what they did to you, guy. What are you doing? What do you think Mark Walsh did to you? Should we watch it, Jeremy? Unbelievable, this guy. What they're doing is persuading you. What? That's what the official narrative did. They persuaded you. Are you kidding me? I can't believe he just said this. Gets me so mad. Gets me so mad. Oh, they're persuading you to believe. No, it's opposite. I'll show you. Show you a little footage there. Now that he said persuasion, I'm so glad he brought this up. I'm so glad you brought this up, guy. Yeah, I agree. Two forms of persuasion. One, first, Mark Walsh. Mark Walsh, persuasion. Before any official news, Mark Walsh. You want to see persuasion there, Jeremy? You little noodle. You little dreidel twirler.
Leventhal was in downtown.
This is the morning. This is the morning after.
Manhattan when the buildings came down, and has an update for us from Lower Manhattan. Rick?
Well, John, we're on Church Street at Reed Street, for those of you familiar with Lower Manhattan, just a few blocks away from World Trade. Still thick black smoke billowing from the scene where both towers collapsed. Again, just a few blocks away from us. We were standing out here on Church Street when both towers came tumbling down. And each time there was a huge cloud of smoke and debris that came roaring down this street, and everyone literally ran for their lives. At this point, the police have been
Heat induction? Who said that? That's hilarious. Heat induction traveling down the beams. Yeah, you couldn't conduct enough heat. You couldn't generate enough heat to use pure inductive heat through the beams to melt them. That's hilarious. If someone said that.
To establish a perimeter. They're trying to keep people back and make sure that no one gets interfered with their job, which is to try
all resistance gone.
The area and then get inside that World Trade Center rubble to see whether or not they can locate any survivors who may have been inside the building or just outside the building when it came tumbling down. We want to bring in Mark Walsh, who's a freelancer for Fox.
Oh, he's just a freelancer, just planning in the news. He's an expert. Watch this.
A few blocks away and witnessed.
Dude, I live on the 43rd floor of a building which is 5 blocks from the World Trade Center itself. I witnessed the entire thing from beginning to end.
Why is he talking like Trump, dude? It's the weirdest thing, man.
I experienced it. I watched it from beginning to end.
Witnessed the entire thing from beginning to end.
People talk about how it looked like a movie. I know when I came walking down here early this morning and saw both towers on fire and people on every street corner, it was
both towers on fire,
like
yeah.
a movie, but you watched the planes hit the towers.
I was watching with my roommate. It was approximately several minutes after the first plane had hit. I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just ream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
What the hell, dude? What? I got to give it to you. You did rehearse your card fairly well. Did you just hear how executed that statement was? No one even talks like that, by the way. No one talks like that. Oh, and then I saw both of the things, and then they were on fire, and then they collapsed, mostly due to structural failure, because I know everything about structural failure because the fires were too intense. And lo and behold, a whole year after NIST does its faulty mathematical formula to make physics go away, they come to the conclusion that the fires were so intense. Like, listen how he says this. By the way, this is a red flag. You don't declare on national television cause. You let investigators do that. And here we have Jeremy Boring, little rat. Listen to what he says.
There's a name for it. It's called
Listen to what he
anything
says.
new. They hadn't revealed the hidden truth. They'd simply reframe the narrative so that I believed something different about the exact same footage. There's a name for it. It's called persuasion. Telling you what something means before you see it.
Oh, telling you what it means before we see it. I don't know. Hey, Jeremy. Let's see if Mark Walsh, whatever his name is telling us what something means before we figure out what it means.
Tower exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
Yeah. Let's match that with anything we've ever observed there. Walshy pants? Mark Walsh? Where'd you go, Mark Walsh? Mostly due to structural failure, the fire is so intense. Show me one massive building, even remotely the size. You could take 1/3 of the size of the Twin Towers. Show me one time a structural fire caused a freefall collapse, ever. Mostly due to structural fire, and the flames are so hot, and they're so hot. You know how hot flames are, right? Steelman of their position could only be the mass with the additional sudden velocity, and you think you'd expect a collapse deflection through. You would still have resistance, though. Their view is that you have this dynamic collapse, right? Pancake theory or whatever. But no, you look into that. Pancake theory wouldn't collapse the vertical beams. That's against the laws of physics. The only way the vertical collapse to even make sense of it, if they were to try to do that, which they have it still in museums. If you go to Albany, they show you a pancake theory collapse, and guess what stays intact? The beams. They actually have the nerve to animate it and leave the beams.
Obviously, there were a lot of people inside the buildings at the time.
Two guys from the 7th precinct, the 1st precinct, the fire department right here, the 7th truck. Those guys are all right there at ground zero when those things went down. God bless. I know there's a lot of guys there that were around there. Hopefully they made it out.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Around you and the streets around.
See what I'm saying? And this guy has the nerve to gaslight his audience. I don't know. Dude, how is this guy the head of the Daily Wire and he has 19,000 subs? I mean, that's great. That's great that it's so small. I work at a steel mill and lift 40-foot steel beam bars in the air, and they're 2,000 degrees. They do not bend. No, you could even try to do it. Like, there's a guy he said he was sick and tired of the truthers. I'll show you. Welder, let me see. Welder. It's an old one, but it's so funny because he actually proves the alternative position. Welder debunks 9/11, and he turned the comments off. Right.
Time out of my busy day to try to put to rest one of the more moronic things I have seen on the internet lately, and that's saying something. Through my Facebook feed, I saw yet again that old tired argument, that question. Jet fuel only burns at 1,500 degrees, and since steel melts at 2,700 degrees, 9/11 was a conspiracy. I am so sick and tired of this argument. Now, I am not going to make any claims to what did or did not happen. If it was a conspiracy, I do not care. What I am upset about is the retarded metallurgical things that you guys are saying. I'm not arguing the facts. Jet fuel does in fact burn at 1500 degrees. Steel will start melting, some carbon steels, at 2300 degrees. But if you hold this up as a reason for conspiracy, you are an idiot.
Watch how he disproves himself. Watch this.
This is a piece of half-inch thick steel, 836 structural steel designed for structures. This is a 250-pound anvil. I'm going to put this steel in the back of this anvil, and I'm going to lift this 250-pound anvil with this bar of steel.
Sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Do you see how the structural steel is supporting this anvil? Okay. There. Now, in my furnace, I have an identical piece of half-inch bar of steel, just like this. And it's going to be around 1800 degrees, just 300 more than jet fuel when it comes out. And I want you to see something very...
And by the way, look at the piece. First of all, look at the size of the thing he's holding. First of all. We're not talking about one piece of steel. We're talking about a lattice of steel with how many beams? 4 on the center, 4 on the outside, and a couple of smaller ones in between all of those main threads. And they're interlaced and welded together like X and Y axis, right? But still what he's saying doesn't make sense. Watch.
Going to the forge.
Look at him. He's so proud.
It's very hot.
Watch this. Watch this.
But not melted. Obviously, it is not melted.
Dude. He just demonstrated the distinction, right? By hitting it down. Notice that hitting it downward vertically doesn't bend it.
But not melted. Obviously, it is not melted.
And by the way, you have to, dude, this is how stupid. He has to hold, remember the picture I drew for Jeremy over here on top of Jeremy? He has to hold that all the way down 80 floors, right? Interlaced steel that's welded together by joints, right, and bolts, has to be at least that hot, red hot, literally red hot. The whole entire building has to be red hot, dude. And everyone's like, oh, you guys think that COVID, people could actually execute such a psyop, a mental psyop on people? You really think that's possible? Yeah, dude.
So that when you see it, you don't evaluate it, you accept it. You recognize it. By the way, this is exactly why Tucker Carlson does monologues in front of interviews that don't quite go the way that he wants them to, but not in front of interviews that do. He's setting the condition for your eyes to see and your ears to hear before seeing or hearing even have a chance to occur. It's a powerful technique, but it's a manipulation. That sensation, that exhilarating, clarifying, scales falling from your eyes, feeling of finally seeing the truth, that feeling isn't the feeling of truth itself. No, it's the feeling of something called the illusion of insight, the sudden emotional certainty that you've understood something profound, whether you've actually understood something profound or not. It's a feeling of conviction.
Oh, this is so lame, dude. This guy sucks.
And conviction can be manufactured. As James Lindsay said, you're not immune, and neither am I.
Oh, so then how do you know which deception took place? The one that actually matches what we know of physics, or the one that doesn't? Sorry, Jeremy, does physics change? Does physics change?
Obviously, everyone knows. The whole world is turning. Everyone's saying. From Tucker to Candace to Donald Trump himself, modern influencers and politicians engage in these rhetorical techniques that are designed not so much to persuade you as to convince you that you already agree with them. Social proof is one of the most powerful forces for motivating human behavior. Studies have even shown that people are sometimes more likely to act based on social norms or perceived social norms than on their own deeply...
I feel like I'm watching a sociology major do her thesis video. Same people who say religions are a mass psyop are also often the same people who believe we went to the moon. Yeah, it's weird. The Adam Green effect. Exactly that.
Held beliefs.
Well, if James Lindsay says so.
This is why Barack Obama always gave speeches with a crowd of people standing behind him, a technique.
Yeah, there's nothing, no. And steel, we're talking about steel, no, it weakened it. What do you mean? It obviously didn't weaken enough for it to be up for 47 minutes without any, like, resistance being removed. Like, physics died. Basically, physics died.
Effectively
9/11, a lot of people died, but physics died.
Emulated by Donald Trump because it works. Just seeing all those faces behind the candidate communicates to the audience that everyone supports the candidate. For many social media and political influencers, particularly the black pillars promoting conspiracy and despair,
it's kind of annoying, especially now. Now's the time you get people like this in front of other people who can counter them, and they never do. James Lindsay talks a lot, never actually debates. Jeremy Boring yaps a lot on his little couch with his little doggy, never actually debates. They never actually, they only can talk to the camera, and then they set it and forget it and move on. So it's so frustrating. Because in real time, you know, as much as you guys might be, you know, there might be like a debate, type of debate fatigue that happens, understandably. The reality is that people who actually have to talk to another person in real time, one-on-one, they can't get away with this stuff. It's kind of the downside of technology and communication technology is you can just kind of record something and say it, and you don't have to confront anything about it. You don't have to do anything. You just leave it. You know? You don't have to do a real-time defense. In fact, you don't even have to defend it at all. You don't have to respond to any comments. Nothing. Nothing has to be done. And that's really annoying to me. That annoys me a lot. Especially with these bigger heavy hitters who have at least had influence. Now, I think Daily Wire and these types of people, they've already lost their fancy ship, right? It's over. The heyday, like their equivalent to the 80s for them. 2016, you know, where classical liberalism, the false dialectic of conservatism, liberty versus blue-haired liberty, that's over. So that's good. But they still annoy me, though. They still annoy the crap out of me. I mean, how many of them, you know, who think 9/11, that planes like that could weaken metal 80 floors down that's completely interlaced with welding, cross sections, support beams, you know? How many of those people think they also evolved from a fish? Ben Shapiro. Dumb Shapiro or Brian Shapiro's basically taken the spotlight away from Little Shapiro. Nobody's referencing Ben Shapiro anymore. Glory to God. Steelborn's a welder, a metal worker. The amount of force needed to even shape mild steel in a press is insane. You can bend the steel after glowing. Yeah, it's still glowing. Yeah. I mean, that's an isolated thing that's still not connected to conducting all of the heat outward constantly to the rest of the metal. I mean, you got to think about this. All the metal's connected. The idea that induction can weaken metal at the midsections, the base, but all the interlocked support beams as well, and all the welding joints and all the bolts, the massive bolts. Dude, I can't believe it. I mean, it's been how many years? What is that? 2001? Oh, man. Quarter a century. It's crazy, man. That's horrifying. And I wasn't even really developed, the way I thought yet. I was I remember I was on a roof. I was building I was doing shingles on my parents' house when that all happened. I didn't think, oh no, this is obviously, It's Osama bin Laden, of course, and we got to get him. But never, it took years. I mean, 13 maybe? 12? 2012 for me, where I started going, wait a second, that's not how buildings fall. That's not how they do it. Nobody can argue otherwise. Nobody. In fact, I think this would be a good Scud debate. I got to get clear on the prompt, though. It's not about who done it. It's about whether or not buildings can fall that way. Who opened the folder? I know. I'm foldering hard right now. Who did it? I think it was American Nacho. I think I had a dream of him saying, "Be more, Jim Bob. Be more." You maintain that they're CGI planes. I mean, that one's harder because if there are people who are there, obviously there's a lot of people in the city. And anybody who looks up, you'd have to get 1,000 people who were all right there and all said they didn't see any planes. I would say 1,000. That's arbitrary, of course. But for me, I'd be like, can you get 1,000 people who just never saw an object at all? Can you get 1,000 people to say it? I was in the middle of standardized testing in middle school. They didn't even let us watch the TV directly. We had to sit around in silence. Interesting. Can you imagine a little middle school snaggle beast just dying to say something poetic? I need lateral. I'm trying, Nate Dogg. I'm trying. I'm doing it. Doing butterflies and these. I'm doing this. I'm doing all of it. I asked the homeless guy. The homeless guy would know, actually. That's funny that you say that, slow duration, but that might actually be the best source, is all the homeless people in this particular 9/11 thing. Yeah. By the way, we still didn't get your argument, guy. You were getting real mouthy at the beginning of my stream, and then you ran because I asked you a simple question of whether or not Christians have any duty to raise their kids Christian. And you didn't answer me, and I don't appreciate that. I'm going to order shoulder pads. Yeah, no, I'll get some, whatever those chicks do for BBL. I'm going to do that for my shoulders. I'm going to do BB lats. Lat. I was in kindergarten sitting across applesauce when the teacher turned on the TV and she was crying. We're all confused babies. I can't believe how old I am. This is actually getting depressing. I'm actually depressed right now. It's depressing me. Oh, don't even get me started on the Pentagon. If you look at the Pentagon and just do basic measurements, the height of the Pentagon in feet against the length of an airplane in feet, even the crappy freeze frame they gave you doesn't make sense. Don't get me started. Just get out of here. You were duped? Well, I mean, you were in high school. You're supposed to be duped. What were we supposed to be doing then? Overhead press? Okay. See, I get all this. This is what I like about having a live stream, because everyone gives me unsolicited workout advice, and I take all of their advice. Am I supposed to do that? Am I supposed to only listen to like one piece of advice, or? I'm depressed. Actually depressed. 20 big buckaroos from Dark Shadow. Thank you. Probably the only topic I disagree with you on. If someone burned down the house, would you care what accelerant they use? No, that's not what's in question, dude. Not even close to what's in question. Appreciate the big 20. But the problem with your statement is that's not what's being questioned. Well, I'll take you through your comment. If someone burned down your house, would you care what accelerant they used or why they did it? I think the bigger part of the event is who and why. Yeah, well, who and why, who is connected to what happened, though. So how could you figure out who did something without studying what happened? What happened could lead you to who did it. That's how you would investigate. How do you know this was arson or not is going to determine whether or not you pursue an investigation of who. You have to know what first. What I'm telling you is they lied about what. And if they can get you to take on a false starting premise of what happened, then why would you expect them to follow through with who done it? Who done what? That's right. Isn't that what justice is? Who done it? Who done what? The thing that didn't happen. Tell me, how are you supposed to find out who did the thing that you don't agree what happened on? You know? It does matter. If the entire world, if a large percent of the world literally stops believing in physics in a single day, who does that? Who makes that happen? That's what forget the towers. Forget who can make towers disappear. Who could convince an entire world that physics doesn't exist? That's the question to me. Who done what? The thing that you don't know. You don't know what. We already lost that part. What? We already rejected reality. We rejected reality. I watch, I pay. Thank you. That's the right attitude. You watch, you pay. That's right. So that's going to be a part of my super chat commercial that I'm going to be producing. Bob chat commercial. You watch, you pay. David Copperfield did it. The DHS has tested TSA and managed to sneak 90% of their hidden pew-pews. Yeah, well, that's possible. I mean, look, if you look at how the towers were built, the only way these towers could come down the way they came down is if there was help, destructive help, in the center. And that's when if we see a slow-mo of the towers falling, there's explosions happening, and there are like these I forgot what they call them, not a squib, but like a trajectory coming out from the center. You actually see the explosions breaking the windows from the center outward. Does that make sense? I look at expert people whose expertise is demolition. I look at and I compare footage of demolition. There is nothing you can find that could repeat what they tell you happened. You can't find one replication of it. If you try to do it, you'll be seen to be foolish if you try to do it. Watch, pay. Chaw, thank you so much. $10. Not going full tinfoil hat here, but we had a teacher instantly say those buildings are not going to collapse, right? And then acted as the school authority on the matter. In hindsight, quite strange. That is weird. Oh, they said they were going to. No, yeah, that's weird. That is weird. I could see like someone thinking smoke and then they just put it together. Oh, there's smoke, therefore, they're going to fall. It's not even that they fell. Like, if you took the top section of one of these buildings, right? The one that got hit higher, and if you said this section here has a heavy section above it, right? Okay, you guys see my mouse? Here's the injured section. So this whole section is weak. Let's say there's 10 floors here of weight and mass here. Let's say that completely collapsed and the weight of the top that's not as broken falls down in this empty displaced space right here. The bottom section here is still intact. So what would happen is this section would fall in the empty section that broke, and it would hit this strong section. It would hit it. Equal and opposite. It would hit. The amount of force being distributed from the top level would distribute to the bottom and disperse down to the ground. It wouldn't destroy it and turn it into dust. So what do you actually think happened? I think that there were pre-installed explosives. I think a number of people were actually already told, organized to not be there for the most part. That's what I think. And I think that the entire thing was preloaded. And for whatever reason, they needed to come down, whether it was what was in them or maybe, I don't know, what they're old. Who knows? I mean, obviously, Larry Silverstein, just a couple months before, I don't know, okay, signing up for specific type of insurance for buildings. Okay, that's a bit strange. Whatever, maybe, who knows? The reality is, before you ask who or what really happened, I'm discussing what didn't happen. I'm using an apophatic approach. This is what I'm ruling out. This is true detective work. You rule out things. It's a filtering process. You rule out things. I'm ruling out that an airplane fire at the top section of a building that injures 1/8 of the building, the 1/8 can fall and crush the 7/8 building below it with no resistance. That's what I'm saying. Then don't even talk about, don't even get me started, build to 7. Oh yeah, that could fall, free fall speed too. Wasn't even hit by a plane, right? All 3, done. All right, well, my speculative brain says, there's something about the 3 buildings that needed to be destroyed. I don't know, maybe evidence for wasted, missing, $7 trillion. Who knows? You could piece all that together in your own time. Yeah, and then the rubble sold to China the next day. Just gone. Can't study it, can't look at it, nothing. Don't worry about it, guys. We're moving on. Now, and look at the Bush administration. Are you guys aware of the PNAC All-Stars? Do you want me to read something very special? Okay. Look, I'm fully going Candace right now for this. This is justified Candace territory, okay? Okay. Charlie visited me in a dream. We were only in 7th grade at the time. I didn't even know him yet. We didn't go on tour with Tapussa yet, okay? I started looking at the Project for a New American Century, okay, which was George Bush Jr.'s cabinet, okay? Their think tank, okay? Their neocon think tank, okay, for spreading what they would call freedom and democracy, aka, okay, America's defenses. Now, keep in mind, this is 1998, expanding America's defenses document. Okay. I know, this is crazy. We're the boomers, Rachel. Rachel? It's weird. They're like, the same thing with climate change, Rachel. Same thing. It's weird. These psyops happen and then they phase out, and you can actually reintroduce them. That's what Bernie Sanders relies on, by the way. I was looking at Bernie Sanders. I was going, what? How is he still doing the thing? And then I realized the idealists that love Bernie Sanders are a specific age, and you keep making more of them. I keep getting older. They stay the same age. Wait, that's a good one, Bernie Sanders. That's actually a pretty good tactic. For your information, the official, quote, studies are based entirely on computer. Oh, yeah, I looked into it. They got an Indian guy to do the work for them. That was the first time I was like, I don't like Indians. That hedonist guy, gibberating. Just purely trying to mathematically get out of physics. Mathematically get out of physics. How do you make it work? Please, Indian man. That's why we imported you here. That's why you have a visa. Please, you work for NIST. Do you want to be fired? No, sir. I very much want to make physics disappear for America. Okay, do it. Make the math say that a small portion of a mass can obliterate and turn the bottom larger portion to dust, please. Okay, sir. Coming right up. Coming right up. Took a decent amount of time to teach my kids about this in homeschool and how the world is different place before and after. Oh, yeah. Now, obviously, like mass scale deceptions happened before we were alive as well. I would say the moon landings. Now, I don't know what they could do now, but I'm pretty firm to pretty much up to a 100% certainty in my position that whatever they said happened in 1969 in particular didn't happen. That didn't happen. But yeah, there are these these noticeable pages or chapter changes where you, like Charlie Kirk is one. There are like these moments where the act changes. The sense of when you're watching a movie, the act changes. There's a new season. It's a weird phenomenon. You can't really place it and exhaust it to particulars, but it's something. I notice it sometimes, even at a more micro scale in my life, where I'll talk with my wife and we both get the sense of like this, like it's like a page turn, where fundamentally something's different. You can't whittle it down. It's weird. I wonder if the same guy who also makes evolution animated movies. It could be. Could be. Thank you very much. I hope you did that. So glad you hired me. Please let me stay in the country. I will make physics go away. I will make physics go away. I'm pretty much full through the 70s too. Yeah. But now it still looks fishy. The way they show you stuff, everything's fishy about going to space. It's never not fishy to me. The way they show it, you're like, wait, there's got to be more to this. They're like, no, you watch the rocket take off. That's enough. I'm just like, well, based on the tech we have, you're not really showing us what's possible. You're not really giving us what would be the obvious direct lines of advanced communication, live stream type of, feed. What's going on? What's going on, guys? You get what you get. My dad is a general contractor. He said as soon as he watched it happen, he said it was a controlled demolition. Yeah, and then he gets gaslit. Anyway, PNAC. Let's look into this for a second. Where's this section? Global presence. Let me see. By the way, and the whole new American century was in conjunction with Boeing, of all companies. Very strange. In fact, there's an old commercial that I can't find that got deleted, totally scrubbed from the internet. I don't care, okay? You can call me crazy, okay? But this is truth, okay? Charlie came to me in a dream, and anyway, you guys may have seen it. I can't find it anywhere. There was a Boeing commercial that was literally a commercial for the new American century. Okay. Airplanes. Hello, everyone. Airplanes. Boeing. 9/11. Okay. Piecing it together. Okay. Okay. That, to me, that's like a interesting coincidence. That's not good enough to debate evidence. That's not evidence. But it is interesting that commercial gets scrubbed. You can't find it anywhere. Should have saved all this stuff in my folders. But it was specifically around the time of launching this campaign for a new American century. Boeing. Need a new Pearl. Now, this is strange authorship right here. This is strange way to author things. Show you. The Project for the New American Century issued a report proposing establishing new U.S.-led security perimeter across the globe to protect Western interests from and to perform duties associated with shaping the security environment in critical regions, aka the Middle East. Rebuilding America's defenses, right? This was the thing they needed to do. Wolfowitz, I forget some other guys who were on the cabinet. This is a crafted document toward a direction. They needed a reason to do this, okay? Paul Wolfowitz, Dick Cheney, right? And so it needed the money and it needed a reason to get the money or the public to get behind it as well, right? To do this, right? There's a transformation that needed. They even labeled it. The process for transformation. Even if it brings revolutionary change, it's likely going to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. Now, that's a very strange thing to write in the documents. So, you're not crazy, okay, for thinking this. You're not crazy. Okay, right there. Even if it's a massive revolutionary change, it's going to bring a long one absent. It would be long absent some catalyzing event. Catastrophic catalyzing event like new Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, another attack on our own type of thing. Okay. Now, anyone who reads that, that could be a coincidence. Sure. All you really need is the statement, the correct observation that doing global expansion of America's defenses that would otherwise need some type of justification, it would be hard to do unless you had an event. That doesn't really prove that they did the event, but it proves that they needed the event. And usually most people just chalk it up to things happen and then people capitalize on what things happen. And maybe most of reality is that, honestly. That's a reasonable position, but, my thinker goes a little red with that specific language to me, because you're not just dealing with anybody saying what they need and what would be required to do what they want, but it happens during a time period where that group is in office. That's an added layer. This could have been something, the same thing could have been written, generally speaking, during anybody's administration. Shared cabinet, right? Shared interests, right? You get someone on the inside, by the way, who runs the security, literally runs the security for the Twin Towers and the Building 7. You get that other dude, I forget his name. He was the first to announce, I forget his name. Big burly guy who was the head of, another head of security, who announced, he was the one on screen who just said it. He just straight up said it. This is the fingerprint of Osama bin Laden. No evidence, just the rhetoric of it. Talk about the Titanic. The Titanic is also very interesting, but I haven't done my due diligence with that one. This one, however, was my first sort of truther phase that, you know what you do when you figure out a lie, the first lie? You don't just tell somebody. You literally go to your family who has no idea why you're in a manic state. Why is my son texting me buildings collapsing right now? Are you okay? Dude, you gotta wake up, Dad. Dad, you gotta wake up. Jim Bob's lost it. You guys know the feeling, right? You guys have been through that, right? Jesse Ventura, he knew. Tell me if you've ever eaten a fingernail. I did ayahuasca with the Algonquins. Operation Northwoods. You tell me you've been through stuff until you can't tell me you've been through anything if you've never experienced being chased by the remaining tribe of the Algonquins. William Cooper, yeah, but he's one of those people, Osmo, where you're like, he's another one where you're like, okay, he's describing a bunch of things that are accurate, but then he like, the problem with that is like, it's like the Alex Jones effects. It's like you can be so based about the frogs and this and this and this, and then you could have a take that kind of neutralizes it all. And you're like, is that just a feature of human beings? Maybe. I mean, some of you guys have that with me even. Oh, Jim Bob, I really love all your takes and your evolution and stuff, but you just kind of lose me with the other thing. And everything's neutral now. Yeah, you also taught, yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying, Del. It's like, you gotta filter it out, right? Thank you, Big 20 from Jason. What I think it's crazy is that you could have had a lot more people believe their narrative, but the way Building 7 fell, that put a lot of doubt in people's minds. That's why they never mention it. Yeah, they always talk about the towers because of the planes, and then cartoon land in your head, growing up on cartoons, you can say, yeah, no, that makes sense. Big plane, scary plane, loud explosion, people screaming, buildings falling. That all makes sense. But it doesn't actually make sense in physics. Hello, listener. What's up, Tony? Great job last night with your first informal debate with Rob Knorr. Thought you held your ground. I thought the rap was really funny, Tony. You know, it's really funny watching someone, because Rob did okay rapping. I've seen him rap before. He can do it. Like if he practiced every day and always had a rap section of his live stream, he'd get really good. I just thought it was interesting that you guys did like sort of like an insult rap. You guys did like a sort of like a improv rap battle where you're doing the proper roasts. And Tony was just like, I'm going to kill you. It was like, what's Tony's hook? He's like, yeah, that rhymes with this, and this rhymes with ooh. What's the next one? Rob, I'm gonna kill you. Just kept doing it. Set a new goal. Thank you. I'm trying to set my goals. Have you looked into the 1933 business coup with J.P. Morgan and the other bankers? Got concessions made for the FDR, called it their coup attempt? Not really. I mean, I kind of examined, I don't know if that's adjacent or in the same vein as the monster, the creature from Jekyll Island. Was that earlier? That's a good one. I'm surprised they didn't make a movie on that. That would be a really good movie. Be a great movie. But if it was a musical, an action musical, The Creature from Jekyll Island on Broadway. Also, hello, listener. Everyone has to realize this. Now, he got lucky, but if you get sent a link and you bring it up on stream, whether it's on your stream or someone else's, it's really best to preview it, because if it has pew-pews, you're going to get your guy's stream shut down. It's going to suck. Rob technically had more rhymes, that's right, but everything rhymes with I'm going to kill you. And better word choice, but his deliver was too stilted. Yeah, Tony has soul. Tony has he's got that Ruslan, black soul in there. He had the flow. Yeah, you believe Tony. Tony's scary. Tony's scary. Have you ever seen the silhouette of his back? You don't want to see the front of this. No, you didn't know. It's just something to think about because YouTube is crazy, man. They're crazy. They get AI monsters everywhere, peering in, peeking through your windows. What's that? What is that? A pew-pew shape? What is it? It looks like a shadow of a pew-pew. What is that? The silhouette? What is that? That looks a little gun-like. Freaks. On ice. On ice. Great. That's genius. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. It's layered. It's a layered joke. Yeah, you guys both have like half of a black card, Tony. It's like you don't even like black people. You don't even want to be around them, but they would love you. Honestly, they would love you more than they would love Ruslan. That guy really thinks he has a flat top right now. He actually thinks that. He sees it. He thinks it. Yeah, I have a flat top. Haha. I do. Well, it took it down twice, Bill Hicks. That's it. I do. It is. It is. You're right. I hate it. It's like this sense of unknowing, too. It sucks. You just never know. Ruslan, what's up, dog? Yeah. We're going to Miami. We're going to Miami. Aha. Yeah, the BIPOC Diva Queen Soul, y'all. Next Heel Tony. 2 weeks or so. First, we're doing Scud on the 30th. So, I'm going to make the thumbnail today. Maybe, Tony, I could get your... I'll send you some images before I put it up. Get your intake on it. Not that you're like a thumbnail guru. Bro, your thumbnail looks like a poster for a bad dream. Your thumbnails look like you know the menus that have pictures of the food. Your thumbnail looks like a giant menu of horror. It's like, hey, what upside down crazy world do you want to be in? This one or that one? I'm trying to get you all like vanillaed out, dude. But then it takes away from who Tony is if he gets all vanillaed. You know? Scud's going to be amazing, though. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. You have a great way to heal Tony, but I need to pass you. Well, based on your last performance, Jason, you know. We're going to have to come up with a lot of these. You know, maybe. You know. There's got to be a creative way to do it. You know, you don't want to get the channel in trouble because, you know, Heel Tony's a good show. It's very promising. I was thinking we can get rhetorically defective on there. You know, Tony, you mentioned. We can get Be More. You get the Fed himself, Nacho, on there. I think it's great. That's going to be the fun part, actually, is like the guest hosts. Get their big faces in that square. It's a Catch Tony too. Nice, Mary Wolf. Very good. The Scud intro. Yeah, do I have it here? I don't know if I have it, actually. I may have lost it. Sorry. Oh, there it is.
Savage Carnage Unlimited Debate.
Yeah, I liked your performance. It's funny meeting everybody on there because you don't know people by their person or their face or their skin color, and then you make the connection, and then you're like, whoa. But yeah, yours. I was a little scared though, actually, Giovanni, to be honest. Not because of your darker skin tone, but your outfit was like so military-ish, like a SWAT. Like, I didn't know. It ended up being a workout outfit, like a weight thing, but with a pew-pew. I'm traumatized by YouTube's quick trigger. I'm always waiting for someone to do something, and I'm like, oh, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Please don't. They're bastards, that's why. He didn't deny it. That mustache, are you kidding me? That mustache? The way at the wedding, I told you, the way he was consistently increasing the levels of what we should do in America. But he also just kind of matches the, like, that's why I like him. Mine was the best, hands down. Yeah, yours was funny. It was like this, though, Jason. I was like, what's he going to say? What's he going to say? No. I didn't know what it was. That's all. I just didn't know what it was. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube was like, that is a special vest that's scary and black. And it has bad things in it, maybe. According to our AI system. Yeah, on race, I don't know if they'd have a verse on race, though. Oh, because I think Rhetorically Defective is pretty judgmental about the race thing, I think. He'll be fun because it'll just be, it won't be his face, it'll just be his logo. I can debate now, and those are the first words before a downfall. It's that quick. It's that quick. That's how quick it happens. Boom. I've arrived. Bye. And here I am. Falls downstairs. I thought you did good. I mean, you did, he did get you on the absence of evidence and your feeling, which ended up being like rhetorically funny on your position because you knew you had nothing, but you still believe it wholeheartedly. And you say, well, I don't need to prove it. I just believe it, which is the Candy Owens approach. You accepted defeat there, though. You accepted it. So, you kind of forfeited at least that section of the debate. But as far as like geopolitics and whatever else you guys were discussing politically, that was good. That was good. And you were forcing him to deal with the, if we could make generalizations about people of color, if we could make generalizations about pencils of color, about general behavior based on per capita stuff, why, like, if those are people's arguments, you can do that to Jewish people. I don't understand. What's the problem?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. I'll stop. Compared to Kenny Owens? Well, I mean, no, I'm saying the argumentation style, which is like I had a feeling, I had a dream. I had a dream. Okay. I had a dream with Charlie Kirk. Okay. He whispered to me. Why would he whisper to me in my dream? Okay. I can't separate Candy from Tucker Carlson now with the expressions. Chris is coping and Jimmy. No. You're the one who canceled yourself on it, right? It's not about whether it reminds us of Candy Owens. He pressed you on your evidence. You said you had none, and then you forfeited. You quit. on that section. You quit on that section. It's clear. The other sections were great. I mean, you had Rob dancing around these distinctions and, like, you know, bringing up the J's and all these power structures and stuff, where he had to actually go like, oh wait, hold on, is that true? Okay, that may, you know. But you did. You focused my strengths, please. No, you did. You forfeited that section. You got, look, if you're going to be a debater, you got to be honest when you concede, or else you're already, it's over already. Your entire career is over because you're not teachable. Okay, fine. Okay, good luck, Tony. My favorite part of the entire thing. Oh my gosh, so my favorite part of the whole thing is, like, Rob is all, yeah, but you're saying that, you're gonna kick Jews out, you're gonna kick blacks out, you're gonna kick Muslims out, and Tony's all, yeah. And the whole chat was like, yeah. Yeah. You gotta watch it. I think it's on Rumble. Good impression. Well, yeah, to do Rob's hard to do because he's like, I don't think he can not yell. Like, I don't think he can not be at this. I don't think it's possible. It's just. Actually, let me see if I can get it, actually. Let me try. You guys, look, this is how it works. This is how the beginning of impressions happen. This is how they unfold. All right, let's see. Hold on a second. Let's try video. Okay, let's try this. Ready? I mean, I don't have that much air. I think he must have big lungs.
David Axelrod, the chief strategist of Barack Obama. Pope comes out and is criticizing Trump's position on Iran. The Pope meets with David Axelrod. David! The chief strategist of Barack. Chief. Obama. Pope.
See, I'm inhibited somewhere up here. There's a muscle that's inhibited. I can feel it. It's like a bridge I can't cross.
Comes out and criticizing Trump's position on Iran. Then we have three cardinals do a 60-minute segment.
Dude, I can't even do it. Can anyone do it? Urgency.
Where they criticize his immigration policy.
This is a roundup of people throughout the country. They live under fear.
Pope Leo inspired them to weigh in on political issues.
And I say this as someone who attends a Catholic church. Seems that they're...
Excuse me? Rob? Did you just say you attend a Catholic church? Get off my screen. It's just Wes Watson. It's hard to do, man. It is. It's actually a similar pressure as Wes Watson. But he has more control. He has more control. Somehow. Like, somehow he can do it without yelling. I don't know how he does it. I have no idea. That's one. Maybe I can't get it. I can't do it. Someone else can do it, though. Jim Bob would get steamrolled in any debate if he didn't have mute powers. That's weird, because most of my debates, I don't have mute powers. Leon, would you like to defend evolution again? I mean, it was hilarious your first time. Don't hurt yourself. Leon, shut up, Leon. Just shut up. Rob Watson. More diaphragm. I can't. It already hurts. I can't do it. I can get a couple of sounds in there, but overall I can't do it. It's out of my wheelhouse. Get a life, Leon. I've never been in a debate where I have mute powers. Some people call in and stuff, but I didn't even mute you, actually. I left. Leon, you were so bad that I didn't even think to mute you. I literally left. I just walked out of the building. Yes. Love watching debate evolutionists, always waiting for them to get trapped into saying a certain demographic came from a very specific animal. Oh, yeah, I forgot to ask Peterson that. You know, I sent a response to you in audio form. Oh, great, great. Okay, we got the debate king already saying what he wants and desires.
I beat Rob, Jimmy. You're just wrong.
I told you beat Rob.
And even the points where it seems like I lost, those were just tactics. You don't understand my tactics. I go, oh, I'm just a little baby. I didn't know, and then I freaking get them because I have a mind like
a jaguar,
like a Jupiter storm.
Almost. I thought you were going to say jaguar.
You don't get me, Jimmy. You know what I mean?
And thank God I don't.
You know,
I there's more.
And you know, you'll get over it. You'll get over the fact that I jumped onto the debate sphere. A star was born yesterday, and everyone's scared. Everyone's scared. I didn't
get on with it.
They didn't know Tony was also a brilliant debater, like that movie with all those blacks.
Yeah, Gladiator. You got a mind like a baby samurai. He's so smart. No, he is smart. No, I thought you won. I'm just saying there was a section you lost. Though even that section you didn't lose because it was a tactic. You don't understand my baby mind. I've got a mind like an adult platypus. You won't know if I'm a duck or a beaver, dog. That's my tactic. Rob didn't know if I was a duck or a beaver. He is funny. Yeah, funny. I think that's the new thing. I think the serious panel discussions about politics is all run through like some old hoe. You know what I'm saying? The new thing is having like someone who's pretty accustomed to purely debating politics and takes it serious, and then having a Tony where you're like, what is going on? Is this real? And then, but you never, the serious one, in this case, Rob, doesn't try to be over the top or funny. He's just doing his role. I mean, that's what Swarm Pants is, essentially. I didn't realize this whole time that Tony is just Swarm Pants. I was like, Tony, that's a great character. And he's like, what? Tony is the greatest artist of our generation, but it's not enough for him. He wants to be the greatest debater. That's what he wants. But now what are we going to do? We have a debate show where he's not the debater, but it's perfect. He got one in, and now all of his commentary you're going to hear on Scud in between the rounds. We have expert. I mean, he's got a life now. He's got a life of debate under him. A life of debate under his belt now. It's crazy. Speaking of crazy, can you guys help me meet my last goal here before I go do other things? 8 minutes, 9, you guys can do it. Let's do it. I'll give you a song. I'll give you one song. Ortho bros are unable to debate and can only stick to their scripts and declare victory to the annoyance of everyone else. Shut up, Leon. Shut up, Leon. Shut up, Leon. Dyer public... yeah, well, I'm waiting for Dyer's Apology Repentance Tour series. I think it's 3 videos, 40 minutes long each, directly repenting. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Directly repenting to not just Ruslan, but his entire team of spiritual advisors. Thank you, Jason. Jason coming in. W's for Jason once again. Cleaning up your guys' mess. Again. At least one of you can intermittently add. You know what I mean? Oh, don't worry. Jason will be here. Don't worry. There we go. For the helmets for Leon. Yeah, we need a helmet. I need a helmet emoji. That's what I need. Doing great, Stream Elements. Thank you, Austin. My Italian brother. Jay Cassell coming in. Rescuing everybody. Tony is a great debater. I take to the affirmative. Now, we're getting into serious topics. We're getting into serious topics. We're talking 9/11. Thank you so much, guys. You did help. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's a lot. There's a lot of debates, topics. So fun. You guys are gonna have so much fun. You have no idea. You have no idea. Matt Dillahunty? Yeah, I thought about that, but he's so outdated now, it's just over. His whole thing's over. The whole new atheist thing, they're done. That's over. It's just over. Joey Pyle, thank you. Ads in, piles on. Ha! Not one back step. Not one moonwalk. 20 big buckaroos. The Tony gassing up is unhealthy. It is. It's bad, you guys. It's not good for Tony. He falls hard. When he gets all those endorphins, he's looking good. He sees a mirror. He's all healthy look. He's, I'm doing it, you guys. It's not good for him, you guys. It's not good for anyone, but especially Tony. You know, because when those chemicals go away, so do the doors in his house. You know? When that chemical drops off and you're not getting that feedback anymore, that loop has been cut off, that plug has been removed from the wall, that light is turned off, that's when Maria gets real quiet. That's when Maria crawls into one of the cabinet spaces and just waits it out. Just wait it out, Maria. Do the Tony alarm. You got this. You got this. You got this, Tony. And she just hears just things breaking. I wonder what that was. Is it the keyboard? Just distant screaming. Just distant. Album? Dude, it's hard enough for me to record one song. You think I could think about an album? Dude, I can barely sit down. Look, you know how many times I tried to record Mountain Town? I sit down, I get the screen in front. Okay, good, I got the timing. Okay, let's do it. Oh, man. It's hard. Dyer, O holy Ruslan, who accompanies my wretched soul in lowly life, forsake me not and depart not from me because of my extravagance, my wickedness. You got her a life alert necklace? That's funny. Yeah, no spamming, Steelborn. No, you're excited. Thank you. Thank you. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. Recordings just takes it out of you, man. It's something when you play live. Now that's the thing. If I just record a live version, I bet my audience would be like, yeah, cool. But the live versions don't have that like sterile to the click timing where other artists can just lay something in there. You know what? I bet Neil, not Gnostic Neil, the other musician guy, the other Orthodox guy, he's a musician. I bet you if I laid down just a live version of it and I was close in timing, that he could actually put in some violin without it being like perfect. And you guys would love it. You know? Did you look at the God Law? Yeah, I looked a little bit. It was just too intense for me. I couldn't make it through even the clip of it. It was too much. Felt like I was in Baltimore. You know? Oh, I've seen that, Bill Hicks. I've seen that. Chase. Well, Chase, I don't know if Chase is even set up right now to record. Shut up, Neil. Tony debating a picture of Netanyahu. Netanyahu. You know what's weird is Israel. People in Israel don't even like Netanyahu. That's where it gets a little gray area there. You're like, wait a second, hold on. Who? Who in Israel? Thank you so much for that at Fiverr. Thank you so much. Soldier Boy. You know what I was listening to the other day, or at the gym? I was listening to like old Tribe Called Quest, and I was like, could I convert that to some version of a song in my style? And then I started Beastie Boys. I was thinking of some. Started listening to Violent Femmes, even though they're a bit degen. There's something real catchy about their stuff. I feel like I could pull off. Obviously, the cliche thing is Blister in the sun, but I was thinking Fall Out the Window, you know that song? Or American Music. I think I could pull that off. You like American music. I like American music. Don't you like American music, baby? Like a slower version, like a ballad. Like slower and more pretty. Like, you know, the one that Tony sang with the stars behind him in Mexican language or whatever he sang in. Like slower like that. You did too many drugs. I did too many drugs. Won't you do too many drugs too, baby? I want you to hold me. I want your arms around me. Or you can do it like Johnny Cash style. That would actually work better. Is this a real song? Yeah. It's a Violent Femme song. Yeah, they're very nasally. Very nasally. Yeah, absolutely. But they have like catchy songs that you just want to learn. It's like one of those things. Like you're like, oh, I want to learn that song. That's a good indicator of a good song to me. If someone was just like not even good, really good even at music, and they were like, I want to learn that song. Ruslan is better. Ruslan's the worst. He's the worst person who exists. He's the worst person ever. Worst guy ever in the world. Nasally, is that cold? Cuckoo. Cuckoo. You know, it was also good to learn. That's in my my sound wheelhouse is Tom Petty. Tom Petty has a lot of good songs. And guess what? They're all F, C, and G anyway. Score. Goliggity. Thank you, Andrew. Well, you can thank Jason for paying all of your giggles in advance. No goliggity. No goliggity. Copeland is awesome. He's such a demon. You know what they should have? A zoo. And you pay to go, but instead of animals, it's all Pentecostals. You know, and there's like one of those tours that you put in your ear, like the tour guide that's in your ear, a Bluetooth thing. And you walk up and it's triggered by your proximity. And it's like, here you have the early Pentecostals from down south in Alabama that came up on the scene in the 1950s. And they're all just, just strolling around. You're like, hey, want a pretzel? Get some cotton candy? Yeah, they're all falling and pushing each other over. No goliggity. What key is F, C, and G in? I don't know, dude. F? I think. I think it's an F. Yeah, they're just rambling. There's like groups of them standing around, and some of them have snakes. And some of them even go in, like some of them are outside, but some, like the outside ones are like the tent people, you know, the big revival tents. But then you go inside and it's like there's a whole variety of the inside ones and they're behind glass. I want to do a heresy museum. Guys, how cool would that be? An Orthodox, orchestrated, built Heresy Museum. Oh, how awesome would that be? That would be so interesting, too, because if you got access to some artifacts as well, it could include museum-style artifacts, documents, recreations of documents. A church museum, a church history museum would be great. Really help people out, I think. You know what I mean? You do a walkthrough and it's chronological. You start with Christ. You start with teaching Christ's life, death, resurrection, Pentecost. You teach the Great Commission. You isolate the apostles. You have iconography in there. You show pictures and recreate the early churches that had iconography, right, in the early 2nd century. You could even go back to lectionaries before Christ. And you walk through. And you don't make it cheesy either. It'd be great. You know, it has to be tactful, though. It has to be good aesthetic. It has to be, has to have an air of respect. It can't be like commodity driven. It can't be tchotchke driven. Honestly, it'd probably be easier to build that as a 3D thing you put on like Oculus. You know, church history Oculus. I'm pretty sure Israel's going to come out with an Oculus program that you can kiss the wall in virtual reality, probably, if they haven't already. You know, hey, what are you doing, honey? What game are you playing? I'm kissing the wall. Dancing. No, I didn't even get into that. That's a whole other thing. But yeah, that's relevant. But we were just talking physics. You can't even get past the physics incompatibility with the official narrative. Just physics. Origin section of the museum. It's rumored he cut his pee-pee. Be more. Don't tell me. Oh, of course they do. You can kiss the wall in VR, of course. Of course. You can spit on a Christian. Spit on a Christian in VR. It's like the Jewish VR has the head part is like a perfect yarmulke. You're like, do I really need that part for the headset? And they're like, no, it's essential to keep the thing on your head. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Be more. Dude, I was telling Tony, you didn't see the chat, Tony. You should have giant red block letters, you know, that are sort of, you know, however Tony does it aesthetically, and it just says be more behind you on one of your scenes. Just giant. Like, that is your Me Too movement. This is your time. It's time for you to tell your story, Tony. This is your time to shine, Tony. Step into it. Be more. Be more what? Oh, you'll see. Personalize your VR victim is great. Actually, I'm going to write that down. Because I have to make a comic today. Custom VR victim narrative. Genius. I love it. Come on, Tony. Be more, Tony. Everybody, I hope everyone's, like I said, I hope everyone's here to support Tony after he comes down from his high. Lord have mercy. Prayers for Tony. You know what I mean? It's like someone sitting on a nice gondola up to the top of the mountain, but doesn't realize his skis aren't strapped in properly at the top of the hill. And we're like, oh boy. Oh boy, here comes Tony. He's about to get off the ski lift. Here he comes. Getting off the metaphorical ski lift. Is he ready for the icy slopes of the mountainside? He's got a big smile. He's tapping himself on the shoulder. He said he did great. He said he's the best gondola rider in the whole world. Okay, look out of the way, everyone. What happened to those old streams on Owen Benjamin? I believe it was called The Downfall. I think that's still on Rumble over there. But, you know. I hope he finds his way. I'm going to be happy forever this time. Well, you sure know how to start. You sure know how to write a song, Tony. I'll give you that. It's not what you think. I'm going to be happy forever this time. Forever Tony. Foreveroni. Tired of not being happy forever? Are you having trouble being happy forever? Tired of those peaks and valleys of feelings, endorphins and cortisol, depression and happiness? What if you could stay up, like a bird that never lands? Well, you can do that with just 3 installments of $29.99 and 99 cents. We have patented a chemical reaction that's perpetual glee, where even your own family doesn't recognize you, including your dogs. That's right. Old Rex is all, "You're weird, woof, woof." But that's okay, because it's worth it. No more climbing the hill of happiness only to tumble down like a sad little dark snowball. Stay up forever. Stay bright forever. Be a great shining star that never putters out. Be a flower that never loses its petal. Be a tower that never collapses due to mostly structural fire, due to the office flames. You, stay you, forever. Be more, no more. Be you, forever. Free shipping. Whatever we're selling is actually illegal to sell in the mail, though. So, see, he's already over it, dude. Be happy, happy. We got a good one. Happy, 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 sad, 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 happy, sad, happy, sad, happy, sad, happy, sad, happy, sad. Have you ever wanted to be inside a microchip and say goodbye to all the hardship of reality? Tired of not being trapped in a computer and only pretending you're in a computer forever? Look, it's obviously we're being called into the dark, reflective screens. Just accept it. Jump in it from the high dive. You ever wanted to high dive into your phone forever? Tired of fighting wars with your thumbs? Are you guys tired of fighting wars online with your thumbs? Tired of just creating abs on your thumbs that lead to nothing but disdain and upset and irritability? What if I told you that all of your thumb wars that you do on your phone could make a difference in reality? Would you be interested? For $29.99 and 99 cents with an extra 50 cents added, you can connect to the real world with your thumb world. Here's how it works. Each thumb tap is connected to a drone weapon in Burbank, California that targets your enemies in real time. The more thumbs you're tapping, the more enemies are dying. And you don't even have to know it's happening, but you do know it's happening. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, tap, tap away your enemies. That's right. Thumb wars become real. It's only a matter of time till you sign up and to make the world a better place with your thumbs alone. Sound right? Well, Sign up right now and get an extra artillery shell. Oh yeah, dude. That music is essential. Here's how it works. Each tap, the sensors we built into the iPhone is connected to an actual drone that's sitting in space, targeting your unfavorable races. And this is the best part. Whatever you think also transfers. So if you think of an enemy, it targets that enemy. Take my money. Where is it? Bosco, you said take my money and you didn't write it. You didn't send the money though. You said take my money, but you didn't send the money. They're seething. Yeah. That's right. Extra free shipping. Comes with extra free shipping. You're like, what's that? I'm hungry. You don't know how? Bobchats.com. Tired of not figuring out how to give YouTube all your money? Bobchats.com. Bobchats.com, where an illegal immigrant named Vagine can read your thoughts for you. Want 6 million drones at the tip of your thumbs? Tired of staying up late, laying on your tummy with your chin in a pillow, creating a weird crease? Every post not making a difference? Thumb Wars is actually really funny because the what do you call it? What do you guys call that? Innuendo? Or double entendre? Or whatever? Like, actualizing Thumb Wars is really funny to me. Where, like, people actually die from your Thumb Wars. How does it work? You go to bobchats.com and you select $100 or any custom amount, and then you write, "Thank you, Jim Bob, for everything you do. I'll be back with the same continuity of support. Have a great day. I love you." Why is every post not making a difference? Tired of sending your family downloads and they still think we went to the moon? You know what I learned today, you guys? Why Jeremy Boring isn't more known. We all learned today why Jeremy Boring is not known. Commercial, but done in Tucky's voice. Tired? Tucky. The tickle me Elmo, tickle me demon. Thank you so much to Austin for letting people know where they can donate. Big $5 buckaroos. Thank you so much. Vagine, what do you have to say?
Thank you, Jim Bob, for everything you do. I'll be back at another time with the same continuity of support.
Hey, $5, I'll take it.
Everything you do.
Thank you. I love you too. I'll take the $5. I know how to make a pull string doll, you guys. You guys have been, I was supposed to have made a Jordan Peterson doll a long time ago, but I don't even know if he's alive. He's not relevant, certainly. And so I'm now like, okay, well, who else is there? My impressions of maybe Tucky, but I might have to make a push-button teddy bear doll of Tony. Wouldn't that be fun? I would auction it off. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be fun? You just get a collections of vocal samples, like 20 different ones, and you push the button. Because I have the technology. I have it right over there. I know how to do it. You just have to make the doll and put the mechanism in the doll around the chest area, and you just press it, and it's on some sort of randomness, or it's recycled or whatever, like 20, 30, 50 sounds. And what would be funny about Tony making Tony as a push button doll is that it wouldn't actually be sayings. You'd think, his fun sayings and his like New Jersey accent. No, it would just be like a series of him being like, ah! Ah! It's just the meltdown doll. I don't support you. It's just because I don't like you so much, even though I'm constantly number one. Thank you, Giovanni. I appreciate that. I know. Here, Jim Bob, I don't support you, but I'm doing it anyway. You would buy the JB. Yeah, well, some dude who's probably listening right now in Australia, he was making the doll, but he couldn't finish it. Air Jordan Peterson. Remember Air Jordan Peterson's? The one thing I got Jordan Peterson to actually share of mine online was that, out of everything. And he apparently didn't catch it because I put the Israel flag on the Jordans. So he didn't really check it, but I finally got that. After all the impressions of him that, never made it anywhere. After all that, the thing that gets through were the Air Jordan Petersons. So glad I put the Israel sticker on the tongue, though. So glad. Those are cool. Can I do a skit about big tech? You mean the industry or that guy? I was like, how does Tony know big tech? I have so much to make, so much to do. So overwhelming. So overwhelming. Ah!
Jared Kushner. Ooh, what is that? A potato pancake with mustard inside? What are you, a Jared Kanish? Ooh. Maybe.
All right. I think I've done enough. Yeah. Poor guy. Poor guy. I really don't know what's up. What is... I know what's her name. The daughter came out and kind of said what's going on, but it's all very strange. Scud thumbnail? Yeah, I'll send a thumbnail, yeah. Me and Tony are gonna work out the thumbnail. I got your pictures. But it has to be distinct. It's not going to look exactly like my thumbnails. It's got to be bigger. It's got to be bah! Right, Tony? Hello, Virgin.
Thank you, Jim Bob, for everything you do. I'll be back with the same continuity of support.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank
I
you.
love you.
Two in a row. That's great. 2 in a row. Nicely done. He did 2 in a row. They got it. They got it. Interview confirmed. Okay. Okay, that's good.
Tired of blasting the streets while your enemies watch? With thumb wars you can blast both. Wipes not included.
Yeah. Thank you. Gross. Can we let's collab on it? Yeah, but we have to make it legible. Okay, so by collab, we're using your aesthetic eye, but not your channels in any sense of the word. Your channels thumbnail aesthetic. I'm not saying it's not art, Tony, but I'm not trying to make art with the thumbnail. I'm trying to get people to click on it because they want to see Scud the debate. They want to see this debate. Okay. All right? Okay? All right, okay? You have plenty, look, you have plenty of avenues and opportunities for art, okay? You have plenty. Plenty. Okay? Not that one. Where is it? Where did I put it? I thought I had... No. I thought I had Tony's thing here. Nope. All right, whatever. I know. Yeah, he says he knows. Yeah, he says he's going to be normal.
Thank you, Jim Bob, for everything you do. I'll be back with the same continuity of support. Have a great day. I love you.
Thank you. What have I created? Like, what have I created? It's like good and bad. It's good and bad. What have I done? The thumbs of nails got to be distinctively its own. Yeah, it does. Yep, its toenails have to be distinct. See, mine are kind of getting normie level, which is good for me. This is something I needed. Not to be so different all the time. Oh, I'm so unique and different. Look at me. Look how creative I am, guys. Look, I made a banana not look like a banana. Hey, guys. Is it a wall or not? What's the subject matter? We don't know. Isn't that... Aren't I so creative? How long are the opening statements? 5 minutes each. 5 minutes. We're going... Happy, 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 sad. Happy, 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 glad. Happy, 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 depressed. Happy, 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 glad. Like that. Dude, 8 hours. Dolly, I would have had him done. I would have had him. I want to make a movie where, like in the Weimar Republic, a movie that's not history, that's ahistorical fiction, but in non-fictional times, whatever you call that, and it's a rebellion against Dadaism, Impressionism, Surrealism. Will I sing? Maybe. There might be something I can sing. I don't try to be creative. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking about you. Oh, you have one big debate. You think every single statement from every live stream is about you now? Just want to wreck Peterson on every single point. You will. Yeah. Yeah, the structure, we do it in rounds too. Okay? So that's what kind of makes it fun. You'll get to sort of like get a very short break to revamp, you know, think about your next attack points, corrections. Stuff like that. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Because it kept its form, maybe. I'll give you that. Impressionism. Like, okay, you're talking about light. What's conveyed in the simplest form from 10 feet away? Okay, fair enough. But boy. A Dali, even Picasso. Like, I saw a clip of him painting a horse, and I was embarrassed. I was like, my daughter's better than this. How did they fool us? Who fooled us? Was it them? Tony, was it them?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Seriously, was it? Oh, look, let me convince you that really bad art with terrible form is good. Well, who said it? Who did it? I want them. I want them now. I want to make a graphic comic book, and it's a vigilante fighting against the upside-down inclinations inside of art and architecture. He's like Batman, but he's an aesthetic snob. He finished the he finished the thumbnail. Okay, good. That was quick. All right. He finished the thumbnail. Where'd you send it? Where'd you send it? Okay, I found it. Okay, you got it, guys. Let me see if you can you see this? It says, says Scud starring Jim Bob and Fat. See? Art. Jackson Pollock. Oh yeah. I mean, even Jay has done coverage, right? Jackson Pollock, CIA, culture creation. It's real. Israel. I'm super behind on the stream, but the church history and VR thing I have thought about before and would like to design even though I have no tech experience. It's totally doable. I heard that too. I heard that song in my head too, but I don't know it, so. Here's a new riff I have. I don't have lyrics though. You guys don't get a sing song, but you get a riff song on the way out of here song. Have a good night, have a good day. I don't see anyone else live today, but that's okay, you can find your own way. That you were able to stay.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven man. It's another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven man. That's another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.